Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third annual International White Hat Conference. This year's conference theme is Evolution of Illicit Crypto Use. My name is Chris Kaiser. I'll be your MC for the third annual 2022 International White Hat Conference. In 2014, I decided to combine the knowledge I'd gained from my previous careers in the computer industry and financial services sector and pursue a master's degree in cybercrime. In 2016, I received my master's in criminal justice and cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity and a graduate certificate, cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity through BU's Metropolitan College. In 2017, I formed Cybercrime Analytics in an effort to reduce rates of cyber victimization. I continue to enjoy my work as a published researcher, consultant, presenter, educator, expert witness, editorial board member, digital newspaper columnist, and author of 2 nonfiction books, including Cybercrime Through Social Engineering, The New Global Crisis. As one of the first students to graduate from BU's MET's Cybercrime Master's Program and having worked alongside Dr. Choi through the development and ongoing work of the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, or CIC, I was honored that as founder of the International White Hat Conference, he asked me to be a student discussant for last year's International White Hat Conference and to be this year's MC. This speaks volumes to the relationships I continue to share with Boston University, Metropolitan College, and all involved with the making criminal justice and cybercrime programs such valuable learning opportunities for undergraduate and graduate students from around the globe. I look forward to expanding my knowledge in the area of cybercrime investigation, cybersecurity, even more so at this year's conference. The conference this year is hosted by Boston University's Metropolitan College Criminal Justice Graduate Programs in collaboration with Utica University and the CIC, Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, and made possible by a grant from the Department of Justice Bureau Justice Assistance awarded to MET professors Liu Chikushev and Kyung-shick. Now let's get to our first speakers to officially open the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference. Our first speaker, Boston University Metropolitan College Dean Dr. Tanya Zleteva, will provide this year's welcome speech. Following her remarks, we will hear from Dr. Kyung-shick Choi, Professor of the Practice and Director of BU's Metropolitan College Cybercrime Investigation Cybersecurity Graduate Program, Director of the CIC, and founder of the International White Hat Conference, will provide his opening remarks. I now have the pleasure of introducing Dean Zleteva, who will provide the welcoming speech for the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference. Dean Zleteva's research interests include computational modeling and visual perception, parallel and distributed processing, and pattern recognition. She was instrumental in developing the information security curriculum that led to Boston University's designation as a Center for Academic Excellence by the National Security Agency. She's an expert in online course delivery and development. She has an accomplished research background in computer science. Dr. Zleteva is currently Director for Education at Boston University Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity. In 2010, the RISC team secured 2 $3 million grants from the National Science Foundation. The funds will support 2 major research projects in the field of IT, securing the open soft phone towards trustworthy interactions in the cloud. Welcome, Dean Zleteva.
Thank you, Chris. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference, and it is an honor to host you all at Boston University's Metropolitan College. Well, I know I preach to the choir, but I would like to emphasize and say it very clearly again. Cybersecurity is crucial for our daily lives, for the economy, for the society, and just for, I believe, for the existence that we have and that our well-being. It is also a terribly difficult and terribly challenging field. It is probably the most interdisciplinary field. It did start with technology, naturally, but then very quickly, there were economical, managerial, legal aspects, psychological aspects, ethical aspects, And of course, this complexity requires an enormous amount of knowledge, very high professionalism, and not just that, but also the ability to listen to people, to understand to work with in teams, to work across borders, to be able to really bring out the best in a collaborative way and lead teams. Now, that is a very high bar. And it wasn't recognized from the very beginning. It did start, as I mentioned, as technological problems. We had this wonderful expansion of connectivity across the world that brought a lot of benefits from any point of view. Educational, of course, economical and really business opportunity, opportunity to connect across the world, but also it was making us very vulnerable because that allowed to anybody with low technical abilities or with very high technical skills to get access, unprecedented access to organizations that otherwise were well protected behind closed doors and unreachable. So it was a paradigm shift that we are still working on understanding, and it will be always a challenge because of the extremely fast development, not just of the technology, but also of the way we relate and we deal with that. Boston University recognized that very early on. We at Metropolitan College launched the first formal cybersecurity program more than 20 years ago. And like everybody else, we started with technology, but it wasn't even a year or so that we recognized that we need to have also managerial aspects, legal aspects in the curriculum. In that process, the guidance in curriculum and the outreach from the National Security Agency was invaluable. They helped us develop the programs, both with a very rich documentation and advice, but also with guidance, and that early stage personal guidance from the best in the crypto world was absolutely invaluable. So that helped us to be among the first academic excellence centers that were for research and for education recognized by the National Security Agency and by the Department of Homeland Security. Well, that was, of course, for us a great achievement, but clearly not enough. And the next step was the addition of cybersecurity within the criminal justice program and within the and with the development of the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity. We were really fortunate to have Professor Choi lead this effort and develop the center and join us as a full-time faculty. Now, the theme of this conference couldn't be more timely. Financial systems, government systems, and organization, by their very nature, have always been at the forefront of cybersecurity research, systems development, and implementation. And it is so important to keep it that way, to keep the financial and the government organization secure and at the best and at the highest level possible, especially in a world that is politically unstable at the moment, and where we have always to have our best effort and attention, because that is clearly an existential question. I would like to thank our distinguished speaker for joining us, Ron Plesko, a former prosecutor who is now with DLI Piper, a global law firm. Eric Yingling, supervisory special agent who is with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and a team leader for the virtual currently responsible response team. From the organizations that have made this conference possible, the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, again, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, the American Society of Criminology, Division Cybercrime, AmeriPol, and of course, last but not least, the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity. I'm sure it is going to be an exciting time, and I wish you a great conference.
Thank you, Dean Zlativa, for your welcoming comments. Very much appreciated, and I'm sure it'll be a great conference this year. I'll now introduce Dr. Kyung-shick Choi, founder of the International White Hat Conference, Director of Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity Program for Boston University's Metropolitan College, who will provide his opening remarks for the 2022 Third Annual International White Hat Conference. Dr. Choi designed and oversees Metropolitan College's programs in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, offered jointly by the Department of Applied Social Sciences and Department of Computer Science. These programs comprise a graduate certificate and an MS in criminal justice degree concentration. Dr. Choi has an established track record in designing and delivering law enforcement training programs in cybercrime investigation, including computer forensics and child exploitation investigation. He facilitated the Korean Institute of Criminology Global Cybercrime Project, Virtual Forum Against Cybercrime, in cooperation with the United Nations, and also served as an instructor and consultant. He's been invited to deliver lectures at Interpol and AmeriPol summits, and has also testified as a cybercrime expert in support of the Cybersecurity Bill, number H2814 for the Massachusetts State House. Dr. Choi is currently working on federally funded cybercrime and cybersecurity-related projects with the National Institute of Justice, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance. Welcome, Dr. Choi.
Welcome to the 2022 White Hat Conference in Boston. My name is Kyung-shick Choi. I'm a professor of the practice and the director of cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity program at Boston University. It is my absolute honor to introduce this meaningful event as organizer and opening speaker. Do you remember last year's White Hat Conference? During the COVID-19 pandemic, the second International White Hat Conference was held June 1st and 2nd last year. More than 1,400 White Hat registered and attended the conference from across the globe, and 16 international teams joined cybercrime investigation competition to combat cybercrime. We are quickly moving COVID-19 from being pandemic to endemic. Hope we can meet in person at White Hat Conference next year. During the pandemic, cyber criminals have been leveraging fear and panic to take advantage of many vulnerable victims for bogus cures, coronavirus phishing, federal stimulus check scam, as well as fake charities from coronavirus causes. In addition, the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order required millions of people working at home to access corporate and government computer network through their home Wi-Fi, which is more vulnerable than their workplaces. With increase in cybersecurity breaches and ransomware attacks, cyber criminals are actively operating their business of selling illicit goods and services. The growing use of dark web forums has offered cyber criminals more substantial opportunities for expanding their network and forming clandestine marketplaces using crypto payment system without government authority intervening any transaction. The area of focus of this year's conference is the evolution of illicit crypto use, current approaches, and future challenges for financial and government sectors. The use of cryptocurrency has reportedly been prevalent in illicit dark web marketplaces, especially in sex and drug trafficking incidents, ransomware, and various financial schemes. Unfortunately, the existing capability of law enforcement agencies are limited, and law enforcement officers often lack the expertise to identify and acquire potential evidence artifacts from contemporary consumer technologies to support the elements of the proof required in successful prosecution. Focusing on the evolution of illicit crypto use, the third annual WIDEC conference is an effort to bring disruptive change to cyber investigation, exploring innovative techniques and global measures to bring about effective criminal justice policies and establish preventive measures, leading to more efficient investigation and successful prosecution. Once more, this year's WIDEC conference is fully sponsored by the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. The BJA awarded the BU Med CIC program a federal grant to support the project titled Student Computer Forensics and Digital Evidence Educational Opportunity Program. The BJA program is the latest entry in the large-scale effort to upskill criminal justice practitioners worldwide with the digital forensic capabilities. The International WIDEC Conference Program is a foundational effort that serves to enhance current capacity of higher education to better serve students in the area of cybersecurity, computer forensics, and digital evidence, leading to improved cybercrime investigation and successful prosecution. Furthermore, this conference will assist us in providing students with internship opportunity within this important field through career fair. This will help establish a collaborative approach that can further promote the development and implementation of successful internship and co-op programs. We are all gathered here today to discuss and gain better understanding of the nature of contemporary cybercrime and cybersecurity issues, while learning how to effectively respond to them by reflecting on government, private, and academic perspective as a global community. 19 international WIDEC teams have joined the cybercrime investigation competition to solve highly comprehensive and difficult to solve crime cases. The competition already began at 3 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday and will end by 11 a.m. Eastern Time today. The WIDEC team will have an exact 20 hours from the start of the competition until the end of competition to analyze evidence before presenting their findings to judges. Each team consists of 3 WIDEC members, 2 technical experts, and 1 legal expert. The top 3 team winners will present their criminal investigative solution and will discuss the best practice tomorrow during the WIDEC mock trial. The student research paper competition is also part of WIDEC conference to learn fresh scientific knowledge in the field of cyber crime and cybersecurity. We have international guest speakers and cyber experts joining from a total of 18 countries, such as Argentina, Bolivia, Cambodia, Canada, Colombia, Egypt, France, Germany, Hungary, Mexico, Nigeria, Peru, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Korea, Spain, Switzerland, and the US. These cybercrime and cybersecurity experts will gather to share their knowledge for combating cybercrime as a global WIDEC community for the next 2 days. Your expertise, contribution, and commitment to the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity is needed more than ever. And I could not be prouder than to be a part of this WIDEC conference as one of the conference committee members. Again, we are joining the WIDEC conference to strengthen our capability of handling cybercrime issues throughout various promising sessions today. Many close colleagues of the Center for CIC are facilitating this wonderful and fascinating educational event today as well as tomorrow. The Center for CIC, for those who are not familiar, is a nonprofit, Boston University-affiliated cybercrime research organization that pursues research and professional activities in the field of cybercriminology. While the Center for CIC is relatively young, it is a powerful and fast-growing global organization. We have approximately over 50 CIC board members who represent on behalf of 18 nations. These board members consist of professors, researchers, as well as practitioners who have been working extensively within the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity. The Center for CIC has been a tremendous force in reaching out to global law enforcement agencies and cultivating international collaboration and responses to cybercrime. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and panelists of this meaningful event. Dean Tanya Zlativa and Senior Associate Dean Lou Chikushab from Boston University, Dr. Kyung-shick Chu and Director Ish Morales from Eureka University, a keynote speaker, Ron Presco from DLA Piper Global Law Firm, a keynote speaker, Supervisory Special Agent Eric Ingling from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, law enforcement expert panelist, Senior Enforcement Counsel Peter Moores from the Securities and Exchange Commission, law enforcement panelist, Senior Managing Director in the Global Risk and Investigation Practice, Ken Jones from FTI Consulting, crypto investigation training panelist, Chief Information Security Officer Reddy Cameron, and Director of the Intelligence and Investigation Matt Richardson from the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative, crypto use in human trafficking expert panelist, Dr. Richard Brooks from Clemson University, Chief Operating Officer Karim Lazwani from Scotiabank, Dr. Donald Lebovich from Eureka University, mock trial judges, Dr. Austin Gibbons from Eureka University, Dr. Mohamed Chawiki from the International Association of Cybercrime Prevention, France, Dr. Jojili Jenici from Cybersecurity Advisor Network, Hungary, job fair panelist, Chief Executive Officer Ilya Kolochenko from Immunity Web, Switzerland, Metaverse and Future CIC training panelist, LATAM Liaison Officer Maron Mike Toro Alvarez from the Center for CIC. I would like to give a special thank you to the American Society of Criminology Cyber Crime Division Chair, Dr. Kathy Markham, the division members, and the Center for CIC board members who will facilitate wider panel session as a moderator, discussant, and MC. I cannot thank 19 international cybercrime investigation competition teams and 2 paper competition winners enough as they have dedicated so much to be part of this wonderful event. Lastly, I'm especially grateful to the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistants, and all attendees for your invaluable support. Numerous WIDEC members helped us design this year's conference, which takes an interdisciplinary approach while providing in-depth discussion of crypto investigation and its related essential training that are both informative and pragmatic. We, as international WIDEC members, hope to see this conference can facilitate minimizing potential cyber threats in both our society and the global community at large. It is time to release WIDEC expert secret recipes. I hope you enjoy learning innovative cybercrime investigation practices from both our presenters and audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for your opening remarks. This promises to be an informative conference given our schedule of moderators, discussants, guest speakers, student presentations, and of course, the exciting competition amongst our cybercrime teams from around the world who will compete for one of 3 top prizes as cybercrime investigators and cybersecurity experts. We'll now move on to our first keynote session that addresses the private sector. Dr. Kathy Markham will be our moderator discussant, and our guest speaker will be Mr. Ron Plesko. Following Mr. Plesko's presentation, there will be a short Q&A conducted by Dr. Markham. Dr. Markham is the Assistant Chair and Professor of Justice Studies in the Department of Government and Justice Studies at Appalachian State University. She has an extensive book and peer-reviewed journal publication history in the fields of cybercrime offending and victimization and sexual victimization. Dr. Markham is the chair of the American Society of Criminology's Division of Cybercrime, first vice president of the Southern Criminal Justice Association, and trustee at large for the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences. Ron Plesko is a former prosecutor with DLA Piper Global Law Firm and an internationally known information security and privacy lawyer with more than 20 years of experience in cyber investigations, privacy, threat intelligence, information assurance, identity management, cyber threats, and cyber-enabled frauds, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. We look forward to hearing from Dr. Markham and Mr. Plesko. Take it away, Dr. Markham.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. I'm very excited to host our 2 keynotes today. Thank you for joining us. And I'm really excited to introduce Mr. Ron Plesko, who is here with us. So Mr. Plesko is a former prosecutor. He is an internationally known information security and privacy lawyer with more than 20 years of experience in cyber investigations, privacy, threat intelligence, information assurance, identity management, cyber threats, and cyber-enabled frauds, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. As you can see, Mr. Plesko has a litany of experience, and we are thrilled to have him here today. Mr. Plesko, we are ready for your talk. And then after Mr. Plesko speaks, we are going to open it up to the audience for Q&A. I have some questions for him to kind of kick us off, but I strongly encourage you to provide your questions in the text box, and we hope to get as many answered as we possibly can. So, Mr. Plesko, we're ready.
Kathy, hopefully you all can see me okay. And let me know if my screen's showing. It is showing perfect. Perfect. Who's ever on the back end working all that. One, thank you all for inviting me to speak. I was supposed to be out of my home studio and office where I do a lot of virtual presentations. I am actually in Philadelphia today. A little bit of fog on my camera because I just came in from outside where the humidity's pretty high and it's pretty hot day. It's actually hotter here today than it is in Florida and in Texas in the United States. So with that, let me get right into this presentation. This is going to be a non-traditional presentation. I pulled this together over the last couple weeks. I've done a lot of work in crypto investigations. There's some disclaimers that I'll hit you with first. Of course, I'm an attorney, so I have to do that. First and foremost, from an operational security standpoint, I'm told that this audience there's a lot of investigators in this audience, so this should not be lost on you. 2 words: operational security, OPSEC, and then the other word, backstopping. I'm not going to share everything here because I know that this is being recorded and I don't know where the recording goes. I will talk to you about how to do crypto investigations, what sort of the state of the art is on that. I will walk you through some cases that I've worked. Of course, I'm going to anonymize my clients and what's happened to them. I will also be talking from a couple slides from a nonprofit that I'm part of. I co-founded a long time ago a nonprofit called the National Cyber Forensics and Training Alliance, NCFTA, based out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Los Angeles, and also New York City. That entity partners with hundreds and hundreds of companies globally to share cyber threat intelligence as well as law enforcement intelligence community, both nationally and internationally. As I speak to you, there's over 18 countries sitting in Pittsburgh having situational representatives from their federal law enforcement entities at a nonprofit learning how to do these types of investigations, sharing cyber threat intelligence with each other. So I'll stop away from the plug for the NCFT when we get to it and it's appropriate. I will talk about the slides. They do have a 3-day course on crypto investigations that I've reviewed and I borrowed a couple of slides from. So here's where I'm going to go with my presentation today in the short time I have. First, I'm not sure what you all know, so I'm going to do a little bit of an baselining. I was super excited to show you the dark web and deep dark web. I hate those terms. I consider them marketing terms, but we'll just call it dark web because that's what everybody calls it these days, especially the folks that are trying to sell you intelligence off the dark web. So I'm going to walk you through that. What I did, I'm staying in a hotel down the street. I have a bad machine, let's just call it my gray hat machine, and I use that to go into the dark web. I did some screen captures this morning about 4:30, 5 a.m. Local time to show you what's out there related to crypto and how to potentially defeat crypto money laundering investigations. So we'll show you that. Then I'm going to get into, hey, what are the top crimes that I'm seeing crypto being used for, and it's sort of who those threat actors are and really how much money they're being made, that's being made on that. Then I'm going to hit you, and I'm happy to jump into this right away, and I might sprinkle it throughout with case studies that I'm seeing that I've worked on. I put one case study in there that really I thought was interesting that I did not work on. I got that information from the FBI and the NCFTA and others, and it's all public. All the information I'm about to show is public. So with that, let's jump right into the presentation. Let's get into the headlines. So what I like to do is look at the last 24, 48 hours, last couple of weeks. What are some of the key headlines that really struck me? And here's some of them on the screen in front of you. I think what's happening globally and inside the United States is, with due respect to law enforcement and regulatory bodies, it takes regulatory bodies a lot longer to react to issues. So if you think about crypto and money laundering, it's been around for in earnest the last 3 to 5 years, if not before then. And you now see the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC in the United States, Department of Justice forming their ransomware and cryptocurrency team, and others they've really gotten up to speed on that, and they're utilizing some really state-of-the-art tools that I'll be talking about later, and showing you a couple of those tools as well too. What's interesting to me is the upper right. You sort of know you've arrived when there's insurance for you. So everything you need to know about crypto insurance. So how can you protect your crypto business from cyber insurance? I'm in Philadelphia right now. I'm attending a conference called Net Diligence, which is all the incident response firms globally that deal with cyber crime investigation, big breach investigation, et cetera, getting together with the insurance industry. What's interesting on this point is really the crypto insurance and the insurance industry trying to figure out how do you give insurance to a crypto exchange or to new cryptocurrencies that are starting up. In light of a lot of the attacks on those exchanges and a lot of the fraud related to initial offerings. So with that, the other one I'll leave you with is the last one. Crypto firms are poaching UK cybercrime police officers. So for those of you that are in the investigative field or you're going into law enforcement, there's definitely work for you out there. Actually, we looked at this yesterday, minus 34% unemployment, meaning you can get a job anywhere if you've got a cybercrime crypto investigation background. And it's beyond 0% unemployment. It's minus 34%. So with that, let me move into the next, dark web. So I hit this morning for those of you that are fans of Walter from Breaking Bad. Years ago, this Onion site went up inside of Tor, and this is sort of just a landing page for those of you that do this for a living. You know what I'm talking about. For those of you that don't, I wanted to start here, especially some of the students. If you're out there using Tor, hopefully not on an academic network or using I2P, or you're using some type of P2P to get out onto the net, make sure you backstop yourself and you have some good operational security. behind yourself for tracing your IP and watch for infections. So with that as a public safety announcement, let me move into the next slide. So what I thought I would do is I thought, hey, I want to go out last night and this morning, and I want to grab some virgin Bitcoins, and I don't want those to be traceable. So I'm not going to go Monero, and we'll talk about Monero later on and its privacy and encryption enhancements. But let's just stay with like Ethereum and Bitcoin for a second here. So these are actually sites, onion sites, with links to purchase freshly mined virgin Bitcoins. For those of you that do this for a living, you know those are high value for a lot of different reasons. You also want to mix or cluster your Bitcoin if you want to hide yourself, because the good news is conferences like this, where folks are being trained and then enter into a competition to do investigations. These type of conferences are great, training on the latest skills and techniques to do these investigations. Because of that, the threat actors are trying to stay one step ahead of you, the investigators. And so what you see is this has been out for a while, Bitcoin mixing type of sites and offerings. This is another onion site, anonymous Tor Bitcoin wallet. So this is all about their own OPSEC and backstopping. Backstopping is a law enforcement term of art. For those of you that don't know, it basically means to protect my identity, working with law enforcement at all costs, or your identities at all costs. So you create fake IDs, come from internet protocol addresses that aren't necessarily traceable. You use services from different parts of the world for storage, those types of things to protect yourself when you're doing these types of investigations. On the right is EasyCoin, another Bitcoin wallet, sort of an exchange that does all the hiding for you and does all the account transfers for you. So this was out there as of 4:35 a.m. Eastern time this morning. I wanted to show it live. If you're interested in all the addresses, just hit me up. You'll get my email. I'll copy all these addresses in the onion routes for you and get them to you. So with that, let's get into sort of crypto threat and threat actors. But I want to do a bit of a baseline here with the audience. I really don't know who's in the audience, and I never take my audience for granted. So if you really know what you're doing, ignore the next slide so you have a 30-second reprieve to get yourself a drink. If you think about this is a high-level visual. I don't care if it's Bitcoin. I don't care if the crime is ransom, data extortion, etc. It's just a high level visual on how threat actors like to hide themselves or layer themselves behind multiple transactions. So as you go around sort of the wheel, if it's a ransom payment, unfortunately, I've done hundreds of ransomware cases. The largest ransomware I unfortunately facilitated was 24 million. And that was within the last 2 years. Just did 2 in the last month and a half, each for 10 million. Not proud of it at all, but I'll walk you through that later when we get to ransomware. But I just want to give you sort of the high level 70,000 foot concept of operations, or SOP, of threat actor groups. Hey, it's all about getting the money and cashing out. And how do they cash out? And so with that 101, let's sort of get into what's out there. Chain Analysis has a great report out there that I'd highly recommend. This is a slide or a screenshot on the right from that report, their 2022 report. If you haven't read it, definitely read it. I am not partnered with them. I get no money from them, but hey, shameless plug. I know they work with the nonprofit that I'm on the board of, the NCFTA. So if we think about crypto crimes, it's all about anything to make money, right? So business email compromise, of course, ICO scams, data extortion, which is really coming to the forefront. Not taking over ransomware, but it's coming to the forefront for a couple of reasons that I'll talk to you about momentarily. Of course, ransomware, all variants thereof. Terrorist financing, which is terrorist recruitment and terrorists grabbing dollars. And then, of course, money laundering. I'm going to break these down in detail here in a minute. So with that, if we sort of look at this slide or this chart from Chain Analysis, what we see here is the money that's made based upon the different categories. So stolen funds being the largest, and year over year, the increases in that. So if you do anything in the crypto world and do investigations, or the crypto companies and go to their conferences, you'll know that really a small percentage of crypto is utilized for financial crime or these types of crimes. I really want to emphasize that. It's some of the studies I've seen are less than 2%, one's less than 1%. But then I also realized that the industry themselves likes to put out maybe a bias study related to that, because they don't want the state regulators and law enforcement and others to think that it's heavily being utilized for that. But let's just say it's a minimal percent of the overall utilization of cryptocurrencies. So with that, let me move into a deep dive on BEC. I think you all know what business email compromise is. I just had one last week for a client. I get usually 2 or 3 calls a week on these. The scam and the breakdown is on the right side of the slide. Sort of a high level flow is in the center, is in the upper left of the slide, and then sort of a distribution of who's doing this is underneath that. But let me just talk to you for a second and give you this case example. So this one was a little unusual because my client, it came in as a spoofed email back in late fall of last year, and they just figured it out about a month ago. It was a typical get in Office 365, monitor the email. Client unfortunately didn't have Outlook web access, wasn't two-factor authentication. The rest of the email was, but Outlook web access wasn't. Threat actors got in, did recon, figured out who's in charge of invoices, stole an invoice, altered an invoice, and then as a third-party vendor of my clients, they emailed the client via a spoofed domain. The third-party vendor's domain was spoofed. Client acted in reliance thereof and sent about $1 million wire transfer payment to them. So wire transfer fraud enabled by BEC threat actors. But unfortunately, the funds moved back in late fall. Vendor basically called my client last month and said, "Hey, where's our money? You were supposed to pay us. You're almost you're a quarter behind in payments, and you've never." They have a very long relationship, and you've never been behind. Please pay us. They started their own investigation. The vendors started theirs. They realized they were all defrauded. So that's sort of social engineering. I've seen it. The worst cases I've seen are the ones where they actually take over the email and send emails on behalf. They set up forwarding rules and deletion rules inside of Office 365, etc. So that's an example of that. Let me jump into ICO scams. So I think any of you that do this have paid attention to this. Basically, if you think of old Ponzi scams or pump and dump scams, it's social engineering on the front end, either using false information or active or older information, dead or fake information, to get people to act in reliance to fund them. On the right side, you see a lower right corner slide, or I'm sorry, a chart that basically gives you a breakout of these type of scams and sort of the trading around it. What I wanted to leave you with is literally last week, and this is super patient for a threat actor to do this. This ICO scam that took place, this news story right here. This ICO scam that took place a couple of years ago. Finally, the threat actor pulled out 22 million. He or she just let that sit there, and then they pulled the money out. I have one right now, that ransomware from a couple months ago. The threat actor sat on that ransom payment. It was in Bitcoin, hidden wallet. FBI, working with the FBI on it. They're watching the wallet. FBI just contacted me yesterday to let me know that the funds that were wired in there by our client's third-party vendor that does the wiring, in this case, Covert, actually got transferred out of that wallet. They were up watching the wallet. So with that, let me move into another type of crime. So ransomware and data extortion. So for those of you that pay heavy attention to ransomware, you'll know that one of the most prolific ransomware groups out of Russia is Conti ransomware, and the group that supports them. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what happened was, if you're paying attention to this, Eastern European organized criminal groups, Ukraine and others, had worked in a friendly way with Russian organized criminal groups to do a ton of different ransomware. And they're behind a ton of different ransomware campaigns and ransomware as a service. Because Conti came out publicly in support of Russia's invasion, you had this hacking of hacktivists, but also organized crime groups that had heretofore partnered with them, hacked them and made public a lot of the chat, not all of the chat, the back and forth between Conti and other groups. If you haven't downloaded it, the JSONs are out there. Definitely download it. I'll forget the site if you want it. There was a guy that actually converted it from Russian into English. So I'm happy to share that. I actually have the whole download. Happy to share that as well, too. But if we think about the sort of because of that movement, the United States, the United Kingdom, and others have heavily been sanctioning Russia. And before, where our clients would facilitate a payment through a third party like Covert or others to a threat actor group, they have to, in doing that, you have to do due diligence on who this threat actor is. Are they a sanctioned entity? Are they on an OFAC list, not to move money to them, or are they a restricted entity, an SDN entity? And if they are, you can't fund them. So what's been happening is any linkage to Conti inside the chats, as well as like IP addresses that are in those chats, even though that it might not be Conti at all the vendors that move money to threat actors convert it into crypto and then move it to the threat actors wallet. All those vendors basically saying, hey, we can't, it's too toxic. Because of that, the threat actors know that, and they've been pivoting towards data extortion. So they've been using the exact same technique to get in and to do these types of crimes. And I'll get into sort of that data extortion piece in a second. But once they get in, they're basically, instead of, they're exfiltrating data, and then they're extorting based upon that exfiltration instead of dropping in your flavor of ransomware to lock it down. One thing I wanted to show you is a pretty cool site. I'll share it with you all. If you haven't seen it, this site is sort of live, all the latest ransomware attacks, and you can literally take away and just add in what ransomware group you're looking for, who hit who. If I hit all, here's all the ransomware threat actors. So not a bad site to show you how prolific this is. There's a ransomware attempted attack every 14 seconds. Unfortunately, the United States is the most heavily targeted group. What does this have to do with our subject, sort of crypto and crypto payments and money laundering? Well, that's how they get paid, right? So how do you begin to follow that? And I'll give you an example of that when I get into the investigation side of this. What about terrorist financing? Terrorist financing. So I just read a RAND study over the weekend where RAND's view on this is, look, it's not as prolific as a lot of researchers and others are claiming. RAND is basically saying, look, it's not there yet, because if you use some of the tools I'm about to show you, and you have properly trained individuals, like a lot of you in this audience, to do these types of investigations, trying to figure out who that threat actor is a lot easier than it was a couple of years ago. Because of that widespread adoption, upper right-hand corner of, because we haven't seen sort of Monero or second generation cryptocurrencies with tons of encryption or privacy settings inside of it, we haven't seen this growth of terrorists using crypto for financing. That being said, they're still asking for crypto. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not happening. It's just not happening at the level that we thought it would be, or those research papers that I've read, and those investigators that are friends of mine that I've talked to. So money laundering, all this is about money movement. I've been working in anti-money laundering, money movement for years, helped a couple of the big banks design their risk fraud engines and deployment of utilization of KYC, know your customer data, to stop frauds, all botnets, Zeus botnet, etc., for account takeover fraud, that type of stuff. Really, this is for those of you that are just getting into this. This is a high-level view on the right of this is what's taking place as a crime. It's all about moving that money. In the United States, all the major banks, led by the FBI and DOJ and the nonprofit NCFTA, pulled together an operation that if money is being moved because of a BEC or something similar, if it's within 72 hours, they can almost guarantee that they can get that back if it's moved between major banks in the United States. So that's sort of a good operation where law enforcement and industry has come together and partnered to prevent that money movement. So investigative tools, high level, probably the best tool out there. Again, I get no money from them or anything, chain analysis. So when you go, this is sort of a baselining for those of you that don't do this for a living or just starting to do this. So think about it if it's just me. Hey, a long time ago, actually, the nonprofit that I came from, we were researching Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin first came out, a bunch of the financial institutions actually asked us to buy Bitcoin on their behalf, and they donated it to the nonprofit, which was great because it became worth a lot of money later on. But it also allowed us, when I was the CEO there, to start playing around with, hey, how's this money being moved? So if I've got my own wallet, private wallet, and I move and then I move into like a service wallet, that's that first description on that withdrawal from a service wallet. Or I've got a wallet, I go through an exchange, that's that first one. Let's get into sort of the second one, where say I've got a couple wallets, a couple addresses that I'm coming from. Uh, this concept is called co-spending. Looking at, hey, all these addresses, where am I spending my money at? Am I changing my addresses on the fly? Am I on some of those websites I showed you from the dark web earlier? Buying the ability to do that. This is all about obfuscation, hiding myself. And so this tool that Chain Analysis has allows you sort of to dig in, and the other tools from these other companies do something similar, allows you to dig into all the co-spenders, or what they call clusters. Down in the lower right is sort of the clustering. The challenge now is, as we pivot towards Monero and other encryption-based or privacy-based I'll show you a slide on that later on, but those types of crypto currencies, the ability to look at that is very diminished. So the tools themselves, and this is why I like Chain Analysis, they have this great GUI that sort of tells you threat level related to the wallet and the exchange, or any knowledge of that wallet or that exchange, and it gives you a threat picture related to it. Others here, these are sort of the top, in my mind, the top companies that do this. So with that, investigation basics. Let me just give you sort of this one as an investigation. We had a ransomware take place. They wanted payment in Bitcoin. They asked for 50 mil. They locked up a global Fortune 100 client of mine, brought in a incident response team, investigation team that does this for a living from one of the top vendors. So think like CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks in the United States, Big Four or others. Brought them in, and they started to figure out, hey, these guys got in before they got out. They stole a terabyte of information. They also locked down the backups. They locked down and destroyed the backups. So our client was in a bad way. They were literally losing millions a day, and so it was sort of a no-brainer for them to pay a large sum. They did the business analysis. I helped them through the OFAC analysis. Got a vendor in. We did the negotiation with the threat actor. We got them down from their initial ask to still, it was within the tens of millions, but at least we got them down from the initial ask, which was much higher. And of course, the threat actor exfiltrated the insurance policy, so they knew how much insurance my client had. They also, in our discussion with them, had exfiltrated the pre-release financials. In the United States, if you're a publicly traded company, which they are, financials are very, how you did the last quarter from a business standpoint is a highly guarded secret. And because of that, the threat actor actually in negotiation said, look, I know your policy is X. This isn't a loss to you all. And I know, by the way, you're about to announce to the street that you made X amount of billions this past quarter. So because of that, I think you can pay my ask. So it was a bit of a cheeky back and forth with this threat actor. That's my one example. My other example is one that happened recently, which is more towards this data extortion piece. Threat actor got in, hit a company, exfiltrated a boatload of data, and basically said, pay me. I'm going to make all your data public. So what we saw before, where you'd have these double extortion campaigns or tactics, what we're seeing now is just exfiltration and going to like Megasync or some type of site, putting your data there in an encrypted way, showing you samples of the data, proof of life that they have it, and then basically saying, hey, I'm going to publish it. We're seeing a pivot away from, I'm seeing a pivot away from data leak sites. More the ransomware as a service groups are doing that. These more sophisticated threat actors, which I think are nation state or of nation state, like Russian organized crime or others, we're seeing them move to this. Why? Because the Conti reasons and things such as that. So let me move quickly to my next slide. I'm almost wrapping up here. Another case example I wanted to give you, and thank you to the NCFTA for this one. And these are their slides from one of their trainings. So thank you, Matt and team there. This KuCoin theft. So Lazarus Group, basically fronted by North Korea, gets in, steals 23 million, 275 million cryptocurrency from an exchange. So here you got a nation state and organized crime group hidden in an exchange. So if you follow this one at all, they knowingly went after this exchange because they knew that this exchange didn't verify people with know your customer type of data. I'll walk you through what that is momentarily. We also, KuCoin now got religion, and they're supporting law enforcement and working on these investigations. So I want to give you sort of those two examples as case studies. Let me wrap with this in KYC. I built a lot of KYC type systems or helped advise. You're probably wondering, what's a lawyer doing in this? I'm more of a techie, honestly, and a forensic person, and help put together big data analytic projects and doing the agile or waterfall SDLC for those, planning those and deploying those. So if you think about this, like how we do authentication now for a bank, if I'm authenticated in, like what do I do to the far right into my bank right now? My bank might be sophisticated enough to know, hey, the servos in here show that I'm right-handed. I'm using their app, and they verify me with a lot of information on the back. So on the back end. So with that, the need for that inside of cryptocurrency exchanges has been discussed and is being deployed. So I built one of these for a large financial. So inside of this is a risk engine. So as you're verifying, hey, is Plesko, is this his wallet, or is his wallet a bad wallet, etc. What's taking place on the back end is a lot of data analytics related to data points that you're pulling in from like KYC data that you're APIing in from others, you're buying from Chain Analysis or other companies, things such as that. So with that, let me sort of go to some parting thoughts. You're going to laugh at the WTF. It's not what you think. It's more wire transfer fraud. So with that, privacy coins, this has me highly concerned because the ability to hide from sort of the best in class or best practice techniques being utilized right now for crypto investigations. I haven't seen the heavy adoption yet of Monero. I've done a couple facilitated a couple Monero payments in the last 4 months. What I'm really worried about is strange bedfellows, right, taking place. You've got privacy coins on the back. On the other side, you've got privacy. I'm a privacy attorney. So you have privacy organizations heavily supporting research into homomorphic encryption to hide this data, but then law enforcement's in there, hey, we got to get to this to figure out what they're doing with the money. So where we're at right now, sort of the state of play, concerns the heck out of me. But for you all, it's job security. So as I've talked to you these last 30 minutes, 28 minutes, we're going to open up for questions. What's happened is there's been 245 successful ransomware attacks in the United States, all of them backed by some version of Bitcoin. How do I know that? Stats right now are every 11 to 14 seconds, there's a successful ransomware attack. The United States, followed by United Kingdom, Australia, 2 other countries. The United States gets more victimization combined than the 3 countries after the United States. I think it's the United States #1, and then United Kingdom, Australia, one other country that I'm sorry I'm missing. I haven't had enough caffeine. And so those 3 countries combined don't equal the amount of victimization taking place. So let's pivot to this. For those of you that know how many individuals live on this planet, you'll know that we've already exceeded in an IoT way the population of this planet. So here we have multiple IoT or IIoT connected devices, more than we have a population for on the planet. This, in a good way, is job security for you all, because crime's always going to continue here. The downside of that is we got to secure a lot more because of this ever-expanding surface area. So with that, hey, I really appreciated your time. I'll defer to, I'm not even sure where to go to questions. Kathy, do you come in here? Or Chris, do you come in here? I'll throw it to you all.
So, Ron, are you looking for interns? Because I want to volunteer.
Oh yeah, hey,
the coolest job in the whole world. I think.
Yeah, we'll take interns.
Okay,
both
good.
at DLA and at the nonprofit. Hit me up.
Right, good.
My email address, you have it. So
good. I'll just tell my office I'm out on special assignment. They won't question what it does. So, thank you for your presentation. Just fascinating. I have about 6 dozen questions myself, but I know it's not all about me. So I'm going to start with a couple questions that we have prepared. But again, I encourage our audience members, please fire those questions out. We have about 20 minutes for Mr. Plesko to answer anything you want to know about his job that he can answer. So what I'll start with is you mentioned some cyber investigation tools. Obviously, you know, we have a plethora available of us, but can you tell us maybe some of the preferred tools that you use during your crypto investigations?
Yeah. So the best part of these, I get to play with these things more when I was at the nonprofit, and because I'm partnered with all these incident response and investigation firms, and they buy them. I'm, I'll admit it. I'm a geek. I'm a gearhead. So I love to play with this stuff. So I always want a demo version for my house, right? For my lab in my basement. I think the best tool right now is the chain analysis tool. By far, if you're doing a crypto investigation. Why? Because the threat actors, it easily. If I go back years ago to data visualization that Palantir came out with for money movement, if you know Palantir, I did a lot in cyber investigations and also in terrorism investigations. Palantir sort of was the de facto standard on, hey, structuring transforms to figure out who's talking to who, internet traffic wise, and then what money moves to what to show those visually. Chain analysis does that. Their tool. The other tools, Cypher's tool and others, TRM, very good tools as well too. My concern is that all those abilities that they all programmed in is, are they going to go away with adoption of these privacy ones like Monero and sort of the what's coming? But those, if you're going to buy one for your school, I would start with, and again, as I said, I get nothing from chain analysis, but I would definitely hit them up and ask for a demo copy. So.
Can you, another question that I had is, you know, you mentioned the dark web, whether it inaptly be named, but based on your experience, how have you seen this forum expand on criminal behavior? And can you give us some examples of maybe you've had during your work?
Yeah, so the more sophisticated ones aren't necessarily, they're using threat actor groups, organized criminal groups. They years ago was old school, like Onion. Hey, they're selling Silk Road. They're selling these things. If you look at the dark web research, there's so much out there that's false, not on the research side, but on the media's portrayal, the dark net, I love that there's dark net and then there's deep dark net, right? Like these layers, right? But really, what's for sale out there is pretty much identity information, credit card information, that type of stuff. That's number one what it's utilized for. To a lesser extent, drugs, movement of drugs. I would say the identity and financial services that they offered, some of which I showed, which is the money movement capability, is really where the novice criminals are going. Or like if I have fun doing a class every now and again, where I go into a military entity and say, okay, hey, they don't know anything about it. They're hackers, right? But I'm like, now think like a criminal. Let's go create a persona. Let's go backstop ourselves. Let's go move money. If you were a novice and you just learn how to do this, here's all the places you go. And I'm not going to show that to you all. I just don't know where this video is going to go. But that's to me, what you see the more sophisticated threat actors doing is setting up their own communication channel, their private chat channels, so they can communicate with each other, using other technologies, Signal and other technologies for encrypted chat, more so. But the dark web in and of itself, think about P2P, peer-to-peer networking. 48, last study I saw on this is 52% of the internet that we know is HTTP, right? It's www. 48% of the internet is P2P, and most people don't even know that 48%. So of the internet overall, almost half of it is P2P, of which a lot of that peer-to-peer is dark web. So.
Okay. So I do have a question from the audience. Can you address the significant changes in cyber insurance? Specifically, have insurance companies become less crime to simply pay out ransomware demands? And are they putting more responsibility on companies to prove they have done everything they can to reduce cyber victimization?
Yeah, I love the last end of that question. It's like a policy question. Okay, so let me hit the first part. So I'm literally at this cyber insurance conference as we speak, right?
Perfect.
And yeah, perfect timing. What's happening over the last couple of years is literally they got their shirts handed to them, the cyber insurance and ransomware, ransomware because of ransomware. They literally paying out so many claims that they have to stop the bleeding. So they pivoted towards restricting the heck out of their policies for when they'll pay and under what circumstances. So that's sort of one. And they're not like one of my clients had years 3 years ago had a $50 million policy. Now they tried to re-up for that. They had to buy that in segments in $5 million or $10 million increments instead of buying it from one insurance company. So they're realizing because the losses are so high that they have to restrict those payouts. So the way they're doing it is, with respect to my friends in the insurance industry, draconian terms to prevent potential payment. They're also the attestation on the front end. So if you're going to get insurance or DLA or at your school, the insurance company is going to want to know what your level of cyber security maturity is, right? Do you use a framework, ISO, NIST, whatever? But on top of that, they're going to ask you to attest that you have certain controls in place. Fancy legal term for you better damn well have those in place. Sorry for swearing, because if you have a hacking incident, they're going to look at what you attested to, like, hey, we got an MFA in place,
Right.
only to find out you didn't have it in place for OWA, for Outlook Web Access, and oh, by the way, Office 365 got pwned, and because of that, we're not paying. So I'm seeing a movement towards that. The other thing I'm seeing a movement towards is early on, like it used to be, I've done dozens and dozens, hundreds of breach investigations. They used to leave us alone for like 2 weeks during the investigation. So when I say I've done it, I was at KPMG, hands on keyboard, ran teams that did it, also NCFTA, and here as the attorney, we're directing the investigation. When they would leave us alone, the insurance company would say, "Hey, at a point in time when the house isn't on fire, tell us what's going on." Now they're asking to get briefed up front, and literally they're bringing in trained investigators to be part of those briefings. The initial briefing, because during an incident, what you know this hour is going to change next hour and this afternoon, but they want to be part of that. And I'm also seeing them bringing adjusters in, the investigators, to start to nickel and dime the expenditures for an incident response team, attorneys, technology that you're bringing in, those types of things. So that's pretty unusual. So.
Okay. I have another audience question. So we're trying to make a lot to stop attacks, such as using VPNs to secure servers, using secure passwords, and trying to stop the using of devices from that of the outside. What are your other recommendations to try to stay safe?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you sort of my own OPSEC if you want it. So years ago, I got to know the Chief Information Security Officer, Heather, at Google, and we talked about this movement towards no passwords. Right? We know enough on the machine side, on the KYC side, that we can authenticate Kathy or Ron based upon, hey, they're coming in from this geo, their phone is this, they're using this user agent, all the technical back-end stuff. Hey, he's right-handed, now he's left, he shouldn't be, that type of stuff. I don't trust passwords, period. So I 2FA everything. I have a highly interconnected home, believe it or not, given sort of what I do, but everything's 2FA, right? So I get those OTPs, one-time password, sent to me, two-factor authentication to get in. So that's sort of one. I literally have I get called like once every 2 or 3 weeks from a friend or a friend of a friend that got owned or they identified theft, right? And come to find out, hey, they haven't updated stuff, right? They're not only their OS, any of the applications they're running haven't been updated. So my orthodoxy around that is I'm paranoid. In another life, we took on some pretty sophisticated threat actors, had them come after myself and my family, at least online. And so I'm not your typical person, but my orthodoxy around that is VPNs always. If I have my own VPNs, I own IP addresses at my house, 2 IP addresses. If you can do that, then you can configure one for sort of the research, the other for my own purposes. I've got software-defined firewall at the house as well, but I'm not the typical user. So a lot of the companies, like I'm in Philadelphia, right there to the right, to the left, I'm sorry, is the Xfinity building. It's they offer a lot of protections free, right? Why not take those? The 2FA. The watching of your gateway for inbound and outbound. So why not take advantage of that?
So our next audience question, why not train on AI system to learn to recognize these kind of attacks?
Yeah, great question. So if you know anything about AI, the challenge is it's just as like it's not true AI, right? It depends on the algorithm. So I showed you an example, I think, and I can go to that. If is my screen still sharing, Kathy?
No, not
No.
yet,
Okay.
but you can reshare, I think.
Yeah. It's yeah. Okay. It says I'm sharing. I'll share again. So okay. For some reason, it might not be sharing. Anyhow, the one slide that I had showed you all was sort of that system like that. The challenge with that is it's all behavioral based, right? So it's, hey, we learned from yesterday's behavior to stop this, and then you can program in some features that say, hey, whenever you see behavior that's similar to this, stop that. Say no to this transaction,
Mhm.
etc. Where we're going is, to me, even more interesting. It's of some clients doing this, more sophisticated research clients trying to keep advanced persistent threat actors out. Where they're going is look, baseline and usage of everybody. And then when you see an anomaly in the baseline of Kathy's usage of her network or Ron's usage of his, what he normally does in a day, flag it because it's probably bad. Look at EDR solutions as an example of that, right? EDR is looking at behavior, it's looking at movement on the endpoint. What I'm seeing is AI being utilized in fraud detection, but it's not really. We all call it AI, but I don't know. I'm sort of a strict constructionist there. It's not truly AI because it's learning based upon prior activity. The cooler stuff that's coming that I'm starting to see research wise is true AI. It's looking at behaviors
Mhm.
and not based upon bad behaviors from the past. It's just baselining a boatload of behavior for norm to look for abnormal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I have a question in regards to, so we have a lot of students who are logged in right now, whether it be graduate students, undergraduate, those that maybe are looking to change careers. Do you obviously have a ton of experience in a lot of different arenas? What would be your recommendation for someone who's interested in doing what you do, whether it be education, different jobs that they
Yeah.
take on trainings?
That's a great question. I had no defined career path. I probably
Mhm.
have undiagnosed ADHD, to be honest with you. So I guess here's a couple things. If you're young enough and you don't have that many responsibilities, meaning, hey, you can take risks and take jobs, and that, hey, it might be a startup and it might not be around in 3 years, might get bought
Mhm.
out or might go defunct. Take those risks because what I found in my career is working with those type of companies. I got into this pre 9/11, then right after 9/11, when there was a lot of investment and a lot of startups around this, and I partnered with and got to know a lot of them. And just that I'm understanding the tech and being able to explain that tech in plain English, in whatever your native language is, in to explain in risk language to organizations, corporations is very important. And most people are just gearheads or coders, developers, etc. And they can't do that other side of it. I literally have a son that's 22, right around the corner here at Drexel University. I have another son that graduated at Penn University, data analytics and economics degree. He's at a fintech right now, dealing with the risk side of this equation, right? So if you can take data analytics courses, definitely do that. Internships at companies that are cutting edge, that are looking to do something different, that are thinking about these problems very differently. Go back years ago when CrowdStrike formed, they looked at it very differently. They looked at it as a data problem. They built a platform for the data, and then they deployed an EDR. So them as an example, Transmit Security is a good example of a company that came on a couple years ago. They figured out the problem is how do you configure on the fly all these fraud controls, and don't you need a GUI that sits in the middle that allows you, the user, and an investigator, to ratchet down and ratchet up your controls at your bank? So a company like that. So one, avail yourself of those opportunities. Two, the practical experience is everything. The academic you've got to have, it's credential in your bag. You got to get the practical experience. So I'm seeing this pivot. I know TikTok pretty well, and other companies. They're starting to recruit out of the high schools. They're doing high school internships. And that fascinates me. Makes a lot of sense because what they're doing is they're hiring out of some of the great schools represented here, and then they have to train you anyhow. So why not start that training earlier on? Cisco and Microsoft pivoted to that years ago, and now I'm starting to see that more in fintech and fintech risk. So I don't know if that's an answer to your questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I think I have time for one more question from the
Sure.
audience before we finish. So there have been some VPN services that have been hacked. How does the average person know which one to select? Is it better to pay for one than to use a free one? What are your recommendations?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the free ones. Sort of you get what you pay for. I also like this is going to sound really bad. I like one throat to choke, meaning, hey, if I'm paying this company to do this for me and they get owned,
Mhm.
I'm looking at their, this is the attorney side of my brain. I'm looking at their use policy saying, hey, are they going to indemnify me here? Like if I had something happen, are they putting their name on the line? Are they going to indemnify me if I lose up to like CrowdStrike indemnifies up to $1 million if something happens, right? So I look at that stuff. I'm a huge fan of that. So like companies like Nord and others, yeah, but if you really know what you're doing, like you can set up your own with pretty easy. The free stuff, I don't, I don't like other people seeing my traffic, honestly.
Mhm.
So it's that's just a personal thing. And who am I paying to see my traffic, right? Because they can ultimately see it, or with proper warrant or court order, search warrant, court order, wiretap order, etc. They can offer that to others, which I have nothing to hide. Here, law enforcement, this is what I do. But if you're looking for true anonymity, backstopping yourself with a VPN, that's you definitely have to do that. SSH going out from different parts of the world. Don't use Tor. Use other ways to obfuscate yourself to go out from other parts of the world. So
Mr. Plesko, thank you so much for spending time with us and taking a
yeah,
break from your
it's fun.
conference. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Chris, I think that we're ready to go back to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Markham and Ron, for an excellent presentation and discussion on the private sector. Absolutely fascinating. Ron, I think I'll be calling you in my next expert witness case. You're a wealth of knowledge and really enjoy your presentation. Thank you. And great questions, Kathy. We'll now take a short break. We will reconvene at 11 o'clock sharp for our second keynote session that will address the government sector. Enjoy the break, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference. We've had a great morning, a fantastic presentation by Ron Plesko, and we're now going to move on to our second keynote session addressing the government sector. I welcome back Dr. Kathy Markham, who will once again be our moderator and discussant. Our next guest speaker, Mr. Eric Yingling. Mr. Yingling is a supervisory special agent in the new Virtual Assets Unit at FBI headquarters. Before joining FBI headquarters, Eric worked on a variety of violations, including complex financial crimes, dark web narcotics traffickers, and virtual currency money laundering facilitators. After Mr. Yingling's presentation, Dr. Markham will conduct a brief Q&A session. Back over to you, Dr. Markham.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are excited for our second keynote speaker today, Mr. Eric Yingling from the FBI. As before with Mr. Plesko, if you have any questions that you'd like to know about his experiences or recommendations for cybersecurity, please put them in the chat box, and we'll be happy to answer them during the Q&A. So, Mr. Yingling, we're ready for you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity here to speak today. I want to make sure I take at least a few minutes here to fulfill, I guess, an FBI stereotype. I will not be able to use my screen today, so I'll be just talking to you through our slides. In typical government speak, we're in a facility where we can't use cameras. So without further ado here, we will get started. All right, give me just a moment here. Not sure it's going to let me start my show from this end. So I guess first thing first, I did want to at least share with you what we're going to cover today. First thing we're going to do is cover sort of what we do, who we are, and what our unit encompasses. And then after that, just kind of get into the IC3 report. I know there's been some interest in that. Certainly the folks on the call here deal with this and are probably more interested in on a day-to-day basis, understanding that this sort of represents a snapshot of the Internet Crime Complaint Center's sort of regulatory and regular sort of intake. So when we talk about sort of what is it that we do and what function do we really play in the ecosystem here, we would be remiss if we didn't explain that, of course, we are a government function. Oh, excuse me. Here, let me advance that slide one for me. Oh, next slide, please. So our mission is that we're going to, of course, protect the American people from threat actors exploiting virtual assets, right? So we do this through a variety of functions internally, which we'll talk about briefly here. And of course, that includes things like law enforcement collaboration, intelligence sharing, all those good buzzwords that we have in the government. But more importantly, it also means that we need to have good collaborations with the public and private sector relationships. So that's not just law enforcement or intelligence communities and foreign countries. We're talking about the folks on this call and, of course, all the private sector companies that we deal with on sort of a day in, day out basis. Next slide, please. So what sort of brings us here, why would we sort of take this turn? Well, really, it's a culmination of about 3 years worth of work. It does take a while to get these things up and running, but really, I think we've all understood that there's really been a growth in the complexity and the use of virtual assets. Certainly the accessibility is grown in both the simplicity and availability. And although that has a lot of great implications and certainly a good convenient use from a retail perspective, it unfortunately also gives that availability to bad actors as well. Next slide, please. Of course, at the same time, we see a large sort of growth in the illicit use of cryptocurrency and sort of where it's headed. Again, not to belabor the point too much in here, but we certainly see that there's a large amount where the theft is primarily about the currency itself, but certainly there's also a lot of other ways in which illicit actors may want to use cryptocurrency that we'll talk about in a little bit. I know there's been a lot of press coverage on things like rug pulls or just straight up sort of investment fraud, and a lot of that's unfortunately happening through the growth of the decentralized finance industry. As you can see here, we've had substantial growth in the transaction volume there as well. Next slide. So from a high level perspective, that's what the unit does and what it encompasses, which is a lot of groups. But a more granular level, sort of what are we doing day in, day out? My day job, or the majority of my time here is spent on our virtual currency response team. This is a sort of boots on the ground physically assisting on investigative cases across the country team. This is really where we take our experts across the FBI, whether they be analysts, computer scientists, agents, etc., and we sort of leverage their knowledge base in cases that may not be physically in their area. So in other words, somebody in Los Angeles maybe has a case and they need help on a particular piece of technical data, or a particular threat actor is using maybe a different type of virtual asset than they're familiar with. Well, we can then take a person in, say, Buffalo, maybe who has that expertise, and pair them up. So this is more of the sort of how we sort of make the magic happen. And with that, each of those areas have different specialty sectors, right? So they may have, a certain analyst who's very good on, for instance, blockchain analytics softwares and some of the different pluses and minuses on each one. But that's a very different skill set than, say, someone physically being on site at, say, like a search site and going through the process of seizing virtual assets, which has a lot of evidentiary and legal implications to it. Next slide. Of course, the other piece that we also don't forget is all of our partners, right? So post 9/11, the NCIJTF was founded, the National Cyber Investigative Joint Task Force, which again, another government acronym here, but it makes sense. It's one of these areas where we can sort of all have our subject matter experts in one area and share what we're seeing across different sectors. And this is all sorts of members of US government and law enforcement. The benefit there is that we get a sort of high level view of what everyone's seeing, but also can leverage the benefits of who's got expertise in what areas to sort of help each other out. And finally, of course, we're going to use that interaction to also partner up with academia, private sector, folks like the ones on the call here today, with different projects and initiatives as the opportunity arise. And this is sort of creating a piece of what it would be some of the technological advances of tomorrow, right? So some of the tools that we're running into now that may be challenges, we may need to build something custom for the future. And so these types of functions are contained within the unit. Next slide, please. And of course, the other piece that's in this unit itself is the Internet Crime Complaint Center. That being a public-facing website that's sort of a centralized reporting opportunity for all internet facilitated crimes. A lot of folks are familiar with this, but for those that aren't, of course, it has a lot of components on there. We've got the website itself where people individually put in the filings. Then on the back end, of course, we have to have a central location for creating things like public service announcements and alerts, do the analytic work to review the data, do, of course, the case support functioning where we're communicating with case agents, and then, obviously a variety of other sort of partnership initiatives. So IC3 has actually received over 7 million complaints since its inception in the year 2000. And right now we're receiving nearly 1 million complaints a year since 2020. So we're really seeing an escalation in the number of complaints. Next slide. And with that, there's certainly some statistics associated with it, but to give you a snapshot on what happens, we've got a lot of folks who say, look, I've filled out my complaint and I just kind of went into the black hole that is the government, right? So certainly we get, in this case, we've had over 847,000 complaints submitted directly to us. That's, of course, combined with some of the other entities where complaints can be filed. And once we sort of have that information ingested and brought in, there's a process to it, right? So they're received by that analyst. There's some keyword sort of search and review that's done for routing purposes where, hey, maybe this has to do with an existing investigation that's already active and out there, and that can be passed along directly to the case team. But every one of those complaints is manually reviewed, right? So those come through and they're, if they're not automatically routed to that case team or case agent, then they're going to sort of go through that next level of adjudication. And we're going to look for things like, does it hit on matching indices or keywords or certain threat actor groups or specific sort of information that can be then packaged and passed along for possible, trend or intelligence, but also maybe passed along for potential cases. Now that's done through a variety of checks, right? We're looking through our case management system. We're looking through some of the enhanced methods that we can sort of connect those dots together and then ultimately get those actioned out where they make sense. As you can imagine, on a particular fraud, there might be 3,000 victims spread across the country. So we got to articulate where is the best place to make sure that gets actioned as a case. And that goes into sort of some of the more of the DOJ issues, for instance, things like legal venue and prosecutorial issues. But with that, certainly there's a number of these referrals that pass through this system. And oftentimes it's just a matter of the original contributor of the complaint may or may not be aware of sort of what's going on in the background. Now, the unit's priorities, of course, are to support these investigations, but they're also enhancing their technical capabilities on a regular basis to identify things like emerging threats, making sure their statistics and data are sort of up to date and are timely. and at the same time making this awareness function a public sector engagement function through some of our notifications, which we'll talk about later. Next slide. But really, I think a lot of people want to know is, tell me about the complaints. And I apologize for the color on the slides here. It's probably a little difficult to see some of these shadings, but what we've seen is, phishing and non-payment, non-delivery type schemes are still very high on the list of reported scams. That's nothing, too new. But the predominant cyber scams that we're really seeing, the biggest ones here would be business email compromise, ransomware, and the tech support schemes. So we'll talk about those certainly here in a little bit, but a lot of those shouldn't be necessarily a big surprise. More next slide, please. But really, what we want to also look at, when not only the number of complaints, but the dollar amounts associated with those said complaints. And even though these sort of phishing and non-delivery scams are most reported, BECs, or business email compromise, investment scams, and romance scams have the highest monetary loss. And again, I apologize for the slide here that the formatting's off a little bit, but you can kind of see that certainly that business email compromise remains a steady sort of number one place. But we've seen a little bit of the change in those folks behind it, and that is that in 2021, this is the first time in really recent years that romance scam moved down from like a number 2 spot, in this case, to number 3. We'll talk about why that is, because we're actually seeing that number 2 and 3 spot sort of combined in some instances. Next slide. And that's done through the romance or investment scams, right? So I think we've all sort of seen some of these evening news reports, right? That can take a variety of functions or formats, where we've got different extortion attempts based upon different sort of victim sets. In 2021, of course, IC3 had reports from over 24,000 victims, and they had experienced more than $956 million in losses. So really a large dollar amount associated with a lot of these. But when I mentioned earlier about sort of investment in romance scams sort of switching places, a lot of that has that, for lack of a better term, that FOMO, that fear of missing out piece that's added on top of a romance fraud. So pig butchering is a scheme that's Shazupan has been in the news lately, and that's named basically because we think of it from a typical romance or investment fraud scam, where people are going to maybe meet in a chat room or a dating setting. They sort of develop this relationship and with the sort of end goal of essentially scamming this person out of his all of their sort of hard-earned gains. And with that, what they'll do is, first it starts with maybe a typical romance fraud type relationship. It's an online dating situation. Before you know it, there's some shared pictures of sort of lavish or extravagant lifestyles, sort of goading that victim then into asking the logical question, which is, oh, I see you're rather wealthy. Where did you make your money? And that sort of opens the gate to that financial discussion. And oftentimes in a pig butchering scheme, what we'll see is the discussion of, well, I've got this friend or this individual, and they've really helped me to, sort of make a lot of money. You could do the same. I've got an opportunity to maybe invest early in one of their startups, or really I've done it in crypto trading. So here's the platform by which you can invest the same way I invested, and you can have the same sort of benefit. So they're really taking advantage of that sort of trusted relationship that they've built up through the romance scam to then sort of incentivize further financial victimization. And unfortunately, then by the time the victim figures out what's going on, they try to maybe withdraw their funds. For instance, they're told, well, you've still got to pay maybe taxes on the withdrawal, or maybe there's a transaction fee. I mean, there's really every effort made then to further victimize the subject and ultimately sort of further this scheme through its profits. And, again, this is one of these things that may not be necessarily new. We've seen investment scams before. We've seen romance fraud before. But what we're seeing is, threat actors maybe combining the two in frankly, often in an efficient fashion, that, they've already got one particular victim rather than having to go out and find another one. Unfortunately, they just kind of double down on that subject. And some of them may be targeted towards certain ethnicities or certain individuals, right? So maybe if you're, let's say, a Chinese American individual, and they may share a commonality and say, oh, well, I'm from that same small town. What are the chances? And have that sort of baseline victimization done through specific targeted groups. Next slide, please. What we didn't talk about much at all yet was sort of that sort of bigger trend over the last 5 years. We've certainly seen an increase in the elder fraud abuse. For those who aren't familiar with it, the Elder Abuse Prevention and Protection Act was signed in 2017, and really it's DOJ's, or the Department of Justice, effort towards making sure that we're addressing what was a growing threat and exploitation style cases. And as you'll see from the graphic on the right-hand side, you can really see the breakdown by demographic on ages. Now, you'll notice that the complaint levels might be somewhat similar, but the dollar losses are extraordinarily large for those in sort of the 50 and 60 plus categories. And so we can see that from a couple of angles. One is, the frauds themselves being more successful and sort of more, sort of financial nexus to a lot of those fraud schemes. Potentially, there may be an underreporting issue there too. We just don't see necessarily that same familiarity with that older population being comfortable going to do their IC3 complaints. But again, wanted to just sort of flag this quickly. We have a separate elder fraud abuse report that comes out annually, but certainly it's a growing trend and it's a disturbing trend. But we are, sort of looking into it and keeping an eye on it because we have a number of active investigations regarding that. Next slide, please. I know we touched basically on the business email compromise cases before, but there was a change to this as well in 2019. So in COVID-19, as the pandemic rose and restrictions on in-person meetings, that sort of led to the increase of telework and virtual communication practices. And with that, these communication practices sort of continued on through our reporting period here, having started a little bit earlier. And we saw an emergence of a new BEC scheme where they would exploit this reliance on our virtual meetings to get to victims, right? So they would instruct victims to send sort of fraudulent wire transfers. And they do this by compromising an employer or financial director's email, such as CEO, CFO, something like that. And then they would request the employees to participate in a virtual meeting. So you would go to the usual platform you typically would. And in those meetings, the fraudster would just put a picture of the CEO or some function, sort of like what I'm doing today, actually, with just a graphic there. And acting as the business executive, they'd claim, oh, my audio or video is not working properly. So maybe they're chatting in the chat box. Maybe they're, just sort of not inserting a photo or video. And they would then instruct their employees to initiate wire transfers, or they might use that executive's compromised email to then follow up the meeting with a email providing wiring instructions. So it's just another layer of sort of compromise on top of an existing scheme, because fraudsters, of course, are always changing as they see the activities of their victims changing, and certainly, something that I wanted to point out today as well. Next slide. So ransomware is a great example of one of these threats where it's a very significant issue, but when you look at the overall number of complaints and the dollar amounts, it may get lost in the shuffle with a lot of these other ones. So I want to highlight that just because a particular threat may have less complaints or less dollar amount, it doesn't mean that it has any less impact on the number of victims out there and a lot of ancillary victimization. So it's not a new threat. Ransomware, we all know, has been increasing. It's over 50% increase in ransomware reporting in 2021. But if you just look at the last couple of years, we've really seen the dollar number increase. So we've had a 449% increase in losses since 2019. And just an example of how we can see a change in growth very quickly, where criminal actors will flock towards particular enterprises. Excuse me. Next slide. So for the second half of 2021, a lot of questions come up about critical infrastructure, right? And sort of the categories, and we see this in the evening news. So I want to just briefly touch on that as well. So looking at just a small snippet of data here, we'll take the 6-month window on the second half of 2021. IC3 received 649 complaints that indicated those organizations belonging to critical infrastructure sectors were victims of a ransomware attack. And of those 16 sectors, 14, or IC3 reporting, indicated that 14 had at least one member that fell victim to a ransomware attack in 2021. As we mentioned, there's certainly, this is not a full picture of the ecosystem, but these are the individuals who would have gone and sort of voluntarily provided these reportings in the traditional IC3 nexus. But of all the known ransomware variants that were reported into IC3, when the actor was able to articulate that, or excuse me, the victim was able to articulate what the actor used or that type, the 3 top variants that victimized members of critical infrastructure sectors, at least, were, as you can see on the right-hand side of the slide there, the largest being Conti, followed by Lockbit, and the Revel or Sodinokibi set, which again may not be all that much of a surprise for those who are familiar with those newer strains, in that they are some of the most prevalent. Next slide. Okay, so certainly one of the other functions of IC3, I'd be remiss if I did not bring up the fact that We create a number of PSA type announcements out there. There were 54 publications in 2021 for consumer and private sector awareness. And these are distributed obviously across a lot of different media outlets and alertings. There's public service announcements. We have industry alerts that are specific to certain sectors. We have, of course, our annual reports and things like elder fraud. And so far to date this year, there's, I believe, 26, but that's probably gone up a couple since I last checked the statistics. So we're certainly on pace for just as many every year. But these can be a helpful indicator to sort of stay up on what we're seeing and sort of what to look out for, both in private sector companies, but just also just personal awareness of what is being reported. Again, this is a little different function than some of the other reporting that's out there, but wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. And certainly the IC3 report itself can be accessed online. It's free and to the public there. I would encourage anyone, of course, to share that with anybody who has been a victim or needs to find a place in which to sort of report those in a central repository so that it can be sent to the right places. Next slide. And so with that, I kind of breezed through a lot of data, but I wanted to make sure we covered at least an idea of what is the FBI doing in the virtual asset space. And the answer is it's a lot. It's a lot of different sectors and groups, and we didn't cover them all today, but at least understanding that things are rather siloed and they're all tackled separately, but at the same time worked together in the Bureau. And then, of course, give you a snapshot to what we're actually hearing and seeing from our IC3 Complaint Center. And then, of course, lastly, want to thank the tech guys who slipped in and added my slides because I was having trouble getting it to share from the desktop. So with that, I guess I will turn it over for any questions.
Thank you, Eric, so much. That was awesome. I have a question to start with, so I'm going to be selfish and start with my question, but we already have a couple from the audience, so be ready. My first question is, different countries around the world have approached the use of cryptocurrency differently, as you know. And with the decrease in the value of cryptocurrency and criticism for its involvement in cybercrime, what is your projection of its future for use? And do you see formal intervention by international agencies to limit its use?
Yeah, that is always one of those sort of philosophical debates, I guess, or geopolitical concerns. And on our part, from a law enforcement perspective, we have a limited vantage point on some of those. So we work closely with those international partners on a number of cases. Just like a lot of other cybercrime activity, it takes a worldwide solution to these problems because of the way that the virtual assets are used. And so we see an increased awareness of this from the international community, and each country is in a different state. They may have had virtual assets show up more recently, or maybe their critical infrastructures increase. Maybe, for instance, their smartphone applications may have more recently showed up in their developing countries and things of that nature. But what I do see is that each country is going to have to solve its own sort of regulatory and enforcement guidelines. But we do know that there will be certainly an appetite to try and curtail the criminal activity, and everyone tackles that differently. Certainly the United States versus the EU versus other countries all have a different sort of opinion on how that works. But at the end of the day, these sort of features within the cryptocurrency itself will remain attractive to criminal actors. So it's sort of like the criminal use of, let's say, firearms, right? That criminal actors will still gravitate towards those items, sort of regardless of maybe the items around it, because they're used as an instrument to facilitate their criminal enterprise. So the worldwide nature of it, the low cost, the irreversible transactions, the ability to handle large dollar amounts instantly are all going to continue to be attractive. What will change is the last factor that's happened here in the last 5 years, where we've added this ability to make it usable and convertible. Years ago, you couldn't walk into a bodega in Bulgaria and use cryptocurrency. You may be able to do that today, right? Or convert those criminal proceeds in some native country to cash those out. Those criminal organizations are always going to gravitate towards that, and certainly each country is going to have a different regulatory sort of strategy towards that end.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to give you our first audience question. Given the global reach of cyber criminals, can you speak to any progress being made between international law enforcement agencies to address multi-jurisdictional restrictions that occur during international cyber investigations?
Sure, certainly. That's a great question. And we've seen this through the history of sort of cybercrime investigation and sort of the evolution of the ecosystem. As it relates to sort of international cooperation, the FBI is sort of uniquely positioned, so I can speak to their sort of interaction maybe as compared to others, where we've got 400 domestic locations, but over 90 locations outside of the United States in our international legat offices. And how that functions is out of our embassy, we're able to partner up with the local law enforcement agencies. And I shouldn't say local. I mean, these are federal law enforcement agencies to that domestic country. And from that perspective, now we're able to partner up and say, look, what are maybe let's say we'll use a cyber example of a physical infrastructure in a given country. What is that local law enforcement agencies' capabilities to enforce regulations in their country, right? We have to respect their sovereignty and their law enforcement, but we can partner up and share that information and say, we've got a criminal actor using that, that company, that server, that space, what are those implications? And could you partner up then with us towards making an impact there? So a lot of this has to do with that sort of geopolitical, sort of liaison position, but also the multi-jurisdictional issue relates certainly to cryptocurrency, because we see a lot of exchanges using jurisdictional arbitrage, where they may be registered in one country but operate in another number of others. But unlike a traditional bank, they could close up shop on Friday and open up on Monday and be sort of quote unquote registered in a new country. And so that provides the same sort of level of challenges that we would see historically with places like bulletproof hosters or other sort of virtual environments that want to move quickly. So certainly we've made a lot of progress in that, but it will be a constantly moving target for us, because we're always going to be needing to develop and build those international relationships to have any successful outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next audience question is, can you offer many people continue to be confused about the best place to go, when to go to your local police, the FBI, etc. Is there a central site that cyber victims can reference to make this determination?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly, at the risk of sounding biased, IC3 was really developed to answer some of those questions, right? The Internet Crime Complaint Center can filter through a lot of those sort of questions on behalf of the victim. I mean, at that point, the victim's already sort of in a terrible situation. We want to make that process as simple as possible. So we always recommend to use IC3 and input that data so that we may have visibility in another area that victim may not. So in other words, if you take it to your local police, or you might take it to another federal agency, maybe they have certain visibility into, if it's a state police in that particular state, but they may not see the 300 victims in a different state. So when it comes to sort of cyber-based crimes and cyber victims, we always, highly recommend to go to IC3 and use that sort of funneling mechanism, because they'll be able to then get it to the right place. If that case makes most sense to the local law enforcement, there are portals for us to make sure it gets to those agencies. They also have access where law enforcement agencies from the state level can access and get that data as well. So I would, I guess, again, kind of support the idea of just immediately using IC3 as your first stop.
Okay, great. Thank you. So our next audience question is about Colonial Pipeline. So it was publicly reported. Sorry, I haven't had enough caffeine today, I don't think. It was publicly reported that the FBI was able to recover some of the ransom from Colonial Pipeline cyber attack because they were monitoring the dark web to watch for the movement of Bitcoin that could represent some or all of that ransom paid. Does this suggest that it's becoming more difficult for cyber criminals to remain anonymous with regards to receiving ransoms?
Well, again, I mean, without going into too many details on an active investigation, which is kind of the cryptic FBI answer, I think we do understand that criminal actors who are more familiar now with maybe the blockchain and just general distributed ledger technologies than they were previously are becoming increasingly aware that potentially virtual assets is not a great place by which to look to launder your funds. That distributed and public nature of the ledger creates an additional challenge where if you were going to say move bulk shipments of cash, for instance, right, the only interaction would be with the individuals along that shipping route. Whereas on distributed ledger, the whole world can see those transactions. And so we do see criminal actors try to make additional steps or take additional steps to launder those funds and move them in an integration. To use the sort of money laundering vernacular, we have placement, layering, and integration. So to move those funds along and integrate them, we see them changing tactics, right? Whereas a criminal actor may have previously received, let's say, Bitcoin for one example, in the Colonial Pipeline example, and someone would then cash out their proceeds. Now they're aware that law enforcement is watching and monitoring that, but it creates a visibility for us as law enforcement to see the actor moving those funds, which then, of course, increases the ability for us to intervene in those movements. So certainly, I think actors are aware of it, but to to the point of sort of hiding anonymously within its distributed ledger technology. That becomes certainly harder and harder every year as the tools and resources and ability of law enforcement increase.
So, Mr. Yingling, sort of drawing from my background, I see undergraduates and graduate students every day who are very interested in going into federal law enforcement. We often have high school students who automatically say, I want to go into the FBI, which is, an amazing organization to work for, but they often don't understand what's required to go into the FBI. So if you had someone in the audience who was interested in doing what you do, could you tell us, what is the FBI looking for now? Maybe some of your background that led you to doing your specific position with the FBI.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of great public resources. We can learn a lot about what it entails to join the FBI. There's a lot of different career tracks within the Bureau. I think we get a lot of press, certainly around special agents and supervisory special agents in that role, but there's an equally important role in our intelligence side of it, and we work hand in hand and sit next to those folks. There's also all of the functions that support that, right? So we have computer scientists and data analytics and those types of things, which are equally involved in the case, that we're sitting next to them trying to solve difficult problems. So with that variety of backgrounds, each one has a different maybe track to get to join, right? So I would say, at least my background, I started as an accountant, right? So I had a career before I joined the FBI. And at some point, a lot of the sort of positions revolving around special agents encourage a background or a career in something maybe outside of the federal law enforcement community prior to joining, right? So by having that first career or trying a stab at a certain industry or a passion that you really enjoy, maybe it's in your major field, maybe it's something completely different. That brings then a sense of a well-rounded individual, but also maybe a certain expertise to the FBI. And that way, the Bureau certainly benefits from having that position, but also then federal law enforcement is looking for people who have had an opportunity to work in the private sector and understand the impacts of what we do on those companies and those individuals. And that's not to say that all of our positions are like that. A lot of them come directly out of college, right? We've got things like forensic accountants, computer scientists, data analysts, as I mentioned earlier. And those folks have a specific data or specific specialty, and that background can be instantly applied right into federal law enforcement. And a lot of those folks do leverage that into future careers in the Bureau. They might join as a computer scientist, really love what they do, really develop a great expertise, but at some point might look down the hall and say, you know what, I'd like to do something different. Why don't I join and become a special agent? So there's really a lot of paths to joining the Bureau. And certainly we're biased in the sense that we really do feel it's the greatest law enforcement agency in the world. But with that, I think there's also a lot of different tracks you can take to join. And that's, again, one of those nice pieces of flexibility about our organization.
And I had a wonderful question for the audience to kind of follow that up. Does or would the FBI waive their age limit for cyber professional special agent recruits?
And that's a good question. Honestly, I work within our what we call CCRSB branch, which is part of our criminal investigative division, because we view virtual assets as an exchange of value, right? So it's in more of the financial sector. Our cyber division headquarters unit creates a lot of those policies and does a lot of that. Now, the age limitation, I believe, I want to say is 24. Don't quote me on that off the top of my head, but it's relatively short after sort of graduation if there's someone that would like to join directly. And I don't want to sort of indicate that we don't hire folks straight out of college. I have a number of coworkers that went straight into becoming a special agent. And again, depending on their background and sort of the way in which that interview process went. But with that, I don't know that, at least I haven't personally heard of an appetite to change the age requirement for that. And some of that has to do with simply the way in which the federal retirement system and some of the larger sort of DOJ restrictions revolve around the hiring practices. So I'm not aware of one that would change the age limit, but it's been done in the past, right? I wouldn't hold my breath, put it that way.
Okay. So another audience question that we have next is, why not train on AI systems to learn to recognize cyber attacks?
Sure. I mean, certainly AI and a lot of the other emerging technologies each have a different potential benefit for law enforcement, and each of one of them are in different developmental stages, and AI certainly being one of those. What we found in the Bureau is, like any large organization, it's tough to integrate new technologies immediately and also make sure that they're utilized in an efficient fashion, right? We're trying to limit things like false positives, and we're also trying to make sure that we're not missing out, right? We don't miss out on a single piece of data or a single data point that may have been sort of pushed aside or discarded. So part of that is they actually created what we call OCIO. It's an innovation group within the Bureau that actively researches and learns about these different technological platforms and then sort of gets them to what we call a consumer level. So there might be a particular emerging technology and it might be applicable to a certain type of cybercrime. So that unit would research, learn about that technology, and then approach that unit at FBI headquarters and say, look, would this type of technology be maybe applicable to what you're doing? And I think AI has certainly been discussed on different systems in different formats. But as far as implementation, I haven't seen a lot of it at this time. And I think that's only because they're probably in the midst of implementing some of those on a limited basis, on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. If you don't mind, I've got a question about the dark web and your experience with that. So in regards to the use of the dark web and cryptocurrency, have you found that it's expanded criminal behavior on the internet? And if possible, can you give me an example of some past cases that are closed, obviously, that you can speak about that have that relationship?
Well, yeah, I think when we talk about the dark web, this is, again, my background actually in cryptocurrency started with investigating actors on the dark web. And really, we saw a number of factors that facilitated that environment. Just like any other cyber crime, there's certain infrastructure that makes that ecosystem work. And there's also a limited number of actors that have that sort of technical prowess and appetite to continue their enterprises. So with that in mind, I think that cryptocurrency plays a pivotal role going back to sort of the Silk Road days, right? So for a number of years, it's been out there. It's been sort of publicly known that it can be affiliated and used on these platforms. Now, certainly the advancements in technology make it a little bit easier, right? So we're talking about it being a more simplistic method by which to integrate onto, let's say you have a .onion site and you're looking to do illicit behavior. It may be easier now to program and integrate that payment method than what it was maybe a decade ago. And specifically with that, what we found is, to use an example like a dark web, maybe a narcotics vendor. Usually narcotics vendors come from a different background, and so they may be, quite frankly, a very good narcotics dealer in a physical sense, but may have very bad operational security on the way in which they move their cryptocurrency, and they are just not familiar with the vulnerabilities. So we've seen a number of those rise. I think as it relates to dark web, what we've really seen is as it's spread out and it's more prolific, the utilization of it has grown mainly as a means of payment, but also as a means of laundering. So before we saw actors utilizing it for sales, exchange of goods and services, buying PII, selling those. Now we're seeing instances where we're moving bulk shipments of currency in an effort to launder or convert those. And we saw those from more recent cases, cases like Helix Mixer, which is Bitcoin Mixer that was it's public and has a recent indictment. These types of entities, BTCE is a great historical example of a laundering platform that are designed specifically to obfuscate funds, as opposed to maybe ones that were specifically designed to sell goods and services as a centralized marketplace.
Thank you, Mr. Yingling, so much. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate your presentation, and thank you all. And we're ready to pass it back to Chris.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Markham and Mr. Yingling, for that very informative presentation relating to the government sector. It's always a tough job for someone in the FBI to speak because of the restrictions, et cetera. But Eric, you did a great job, and thank you so much for sharing everything you did. Very, very informative. Our next speaker is Mr. Ismael Morales, Director of the White Hat Cybercrime Investigation Competition. We'll be introducing the 2022 International White Hat Competition teams. Dr. Austins will be joining Mr. Morales as a case manager. Mr. Morales is the Cybersecurity Director and Assistant Professor of Cybersecurity at Utica University. He earned his bachelor's degree in computer science from Bowling Green University and his master's degree in information assurance from Syracuse University. He's also a PhD candidate at North Central University. His research interests include cybersecurity and data science, and he has extensive experience in multiple domains such as software engineering, DoD geospatial information systems, legal news and business, automotive engineering, DoD logistics, and DoD cybersecurity research and development. Mr. Morales has also worked with the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, NASA, U.S. Army Intelligence Command, Air Force Research Lab, and DoD in the areas of software development, kernel programming, cybersecurity R&D, and technical management in classified and unclassified domains. Dr. Austin Givens is an associate professor of cybersecurity at Utica University. He teaches undergraduate courses on homeland security, Digital Forensics, and Criminal Justice Technologies at Utica University. He's also taught graduate courses on critical infrastructure protection, cyber incidents management, and network security. Dr. Givens has published 3 books on national security, the most recent, which Homeland Security and Introduction. Prior to entering academia, he worked in various information technology related roles for the Department of Homeland Security and in the private sector. He received a PhD in public policy from the Department of Political Economy at King's College London and a BA from University of Virginia. We look forward to learning more about the teams who will compete in the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference. Please take it away, Mr. Morales.
In early January 2022, Mr. CIC, a special agent in the FBI, and his team learned that an individual only known as Mr. Evil Noodle is allegedly responsible for several of the most expensive computer intrusions in all of history. Mr. Evil Noodle has also been suspected of being a member of a state-sponsored hacking organization known as the Evil Lizards. The uncovered attacks that this organization conducted have not only affected tens of thousands of computer systems around the world, but these attacks have also resulted in over $1 billion in illegal earnings. In recent illegal activities, Mr. Evil Noodle illegally accessed a major electric business institution's hard drive and engaged in a ransomware attack. Due to the ransomware cyber attack, the company's computer system was shut down for 5 days, which provoked an interruption to the power supply in a couple of states in the U.S. Mr. Evil Noodle demanded a ransom in Bitcoin. In addition, a BU student named Curry Pie uploaded her digital artwork on the online non-fungible token NFT marketplace. Her account received attention from many NFT buyers and artworks worth over 0.24 Bitcoin worth $10,000 per piece. After a hard day's work, Curry found out that Mr. Evil Noodle is selling her plagiarized digital artworks with her account ID. Now, Mr. CIC is tracking Mr. Evil Noodle based on shreds of evidence that Mr. Evil Noodle left. According to allegations, some of the various illegal activities and crimes that Mr. Evil Noodle and the organization he is a part of may be involved in include illegally accessing crypto wallet without authorization and stealing funds of business institutions, ransomware cyber attack on major business institutions in the United States, illegally sold plagiarized artworks imitating original artists on the non-fungible token NFT marketplace, illegal ID theft, illegal money laundering. As illustrated from the information presented by Mr. CIC, a federal arrest warrant has been issued for Mr. Evil Noodle within the United States with the following charges: suspicion of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, suspicion of conspiracy to commit copyright fraud, suspicion of computer intrusion. As an agent of the federal government, you and your team are hereby authorized to investigate the violations that were made against the laws of the United States of America, and to act on the warrants that are issued under the authority of the United States. You and your teammates will begin your investigation with a computer that was seized by the Department of Justice. You have also been provided an electronic list of potentially relevant U.S. penal codes to aid you with your investigation. You have been provided the credentials to access the suspect machine to conduct a live analysis for the purpose of determining if sufficient evidence exists to support the pursuit of charges held against Mr. Evil Noodle for any or all of the above-mentioned crimes.
We're all there?
Okay, I'm here. My camera is not working. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you. Dr.
Okay.
Gibbons?
Okay, I can give you a brief summary on the competition teams, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Gibbons. This year we had 20 teams, international teams from different countries participating. The competition was significantly different than it was last year. This year, the main focus was cryptocurrency. There were 4 Major areas, hacking, of course, was there were some hacking problems involved. And on the cryptocurrency side, it was a Bitcoin address analysis. So the competitors were given a Bitcoin address to analyze. Also, a Bitcoin wallet analysis was another major task. And there was a cell phone backup analysis that took place. There was a lot more activity I noticed this year than there was last year. So the competitors are starting to get the hang of it as far as realizing the importance of being involved throughout the entire competition, evident through the entire 20 hours that we were on station. One team of note is the team from Hungary. They won last year's competition, and they are in the top spot right now. There's still some activity that needs to happen as far as evaluating the documentation, the reports they submit. But they showed up ready to maintain their dominance, and they look very good. Brazil, Boston University, Cyber Terriers, and Spain are newcomers to the leaderboard. So those are the 4 top teams. It was very touch and go throughout the entire night up until this morning, as far as which teams were going to make that consideration, the final 4. For the top 3 spots, and it is very close, as you can see on the board there, between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So it was very interesting. A lot of good comments, a lot of questions from the competitors, a lot of good involvement. And what we're hoping is that you take away, some learning and some lessons learned. That yes, as we may be cybersecurity. Forensics type of practitioners. However, the need to keep up with technologies as things evolve, and this whole cryptocurrency thing is something new. There's new types of tools, a new way of thinking about looking at this technology that challenges us to stay in the game and in order to be effective doing this really hard work that we do in the long run. Thank you very much. And Dr. Gibbons, it's up to you now.
Thanks, Ish. Well, echoing your comments somewhat, we saw really valuable contributions from the range of competitors that were enlisted in this competition this year. I'd also like to point out a point that may be rather obvious, but is worth underscoring here. And that is, for the vast majority of the competitors, they were conducting this forensic investigation in a language other than their own. And so having a baseline kind of level of proficiency in English was a sort of hidden requirement in this competition. And what we saw was a really impressive effort from the entire field. So kudos to all the competitors for overcoming that very basic hurdle, but one which I think needs to be acknowledged here up front. We've received a handful of completed forensic investigation reports from various competitors. We had 2 from the University of Scranton, 1 from Team Hungary, 1 from Team Brazil, and 1 from Boston University. And so those are the reports that are going to be scored here. And I'd point out for viewers of the conference that the scores from both the completion of the technical hacking tasks as well as the scores that will be calculated from the reports will be combined, and that will represent the outcome for each individual team. And I think the big lesson there is that this is a quote-unquote hacking competition. It does require a high level of technical acumen, but just as important in the context of this competition is the ability to have proficiency and some degree of fluency in U.S. federal law, and have the ability as well to document linkages between specific violations of the law and the technical investigation that took place. So again, it was a really exciting competition. We saw some fierce back and forth in the overnight hours, and we look forward to seeing what the outcome of the report review is later this afternoon.
Thank you, gentlemen. I've got a question for both of you. Having gone through the program at Boston University, having been certified as a digital forensics investigator in case and access data, and working with people regularly for digital forensics. Are you impressed, or how are these students able to keep up with the ongoing improvements with digital forensics? In other words, they may have learned something a while ago, but obviously there's new software coming up all the time. How are you finding they're able to keep up and apply it? And just your general thoughts on their ability to pick up on these things and give such great presentations.
Well, my thoughts on that, Chris, are kind of multifold. First of all, you're absolutely right. I mean, the field is constantly evolving. New technologies are entering the field all the time. And so I think it's incumbent upon not just students of cybersecurity and digital forensics, but people who are working professionals in the field to remain proactive and on top of this stuff. And what's wonderful about this particular conference we're all participating in today and tomorrow is that it helps to achieve precisely that. It helps us to stay fresh with our skills and knowledge base. But we can't be passive in this effort. I would stress that point in particular. It's incumbent upon each individual who is in the field and hopes to make contributions to the field to take ownership of their own education and training, to kind of push themselves continually, because cybersecurity is very much a journey, right? It's not the proverbial sprint. It's something that you're going to be engaged in over the entire span of your career. So that's what I would say, that it's really to take charge, to take ownership of our own knowledge, and to continue to further it as we progress in our respective careers. Ish?
Yeah, and I agree with Austin completely. And the way I look at it is, as a practitioner in this field, you need to, I recommend that you stay mentally flexible, agile, open to new things. For example, the competition platform that we provided for the competitors, there were some tools on there that they may or may not have used in the past. But if we look at a suspect's machine and they're using certain types of tools, that may be the only way for us to get the best answer. So we have to, ramp up quickly, figure out what was this individual's workflow, what types of tools were they using? Do I have the same type of knowledge? And if not, how do I get it? Do I need to call somebody in? So asking for help, and even, like I said, getting ramped up quickly on a tool. And we saw that during the competition. There were some teams that were fairly challenged in the early hours of the morning, and then by 3-4 hours later, because they were asking for hints. And this time I was holding fast. Pretty much we were holding fast, and we were like, no hints. I'm sorry, we're not giving you hints. You have to look at this, and you have to think about it. You all need to think of all the options, all the possibilities. Have you thought about everything? And just throwing that challenge down at some of the teams allowed them to overcome those hurdles. And very impressive that they did solve issues that they thought they had hit a brick wall on. And they proved us all wrong. So being mentally flexible and not giving up on things, and that's what we practice doing all the time. And it's just sometimes we just have to practice on something brand new, but it'll be okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. That's great advice. And again, thinking back to what I went through, I try to keep my finger on the pulse, if you will, as a cyber criminologist, of all the new technologies coming out. And it's not the easiest thing to do, but clearly we've got some talented teams, and I'm sure they'll do quite well. I want to thank you both for introducing the teams competing for this year's International White Hat Conference Cybercrime Investigation competition. I remember you both from last year, and it was great to listen to you, and I'm looking forward to hearing more. I know we all are. I want to thank all of this morning's keynote guest speakers, moderators, discussants, for sharing their thoughts, providing such valuable information pertaining to the many issues and best practices occurring in the private and government sectors, and all the challenges they face in today's complex world of cybercrime. To explain what measures are in place, and what improvements can be undertaken to more effectively reduce rates of cyber victimization globally. We'll break for lunch now, during which time a video will be shown to introduce teams for the cybercrime investigation competition. When we return, Dr. Henry Lee, along with our expert law enforcement panel consisting of Peter Moores and Ken Jones, will present our next session on challenges and best practices in crypto investigation. We look forward to seeing everyone back here promptly at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Enjoy your lunch break. Thank you.
Hello, I am Brenda Eldrin. I am a lawyer with a specialized orientation in criminal law. I have 2 postgraduate degrees, one in computer law and the other in cybersecurity and computer crimes. I have worked in the field of the Public Ministry of Defense in the province of Buenos Aires in the civil, family, commercial, labor, and absentee jurisdiction. In 2010, I started working in the criminal and correctional penal jurisdiction in criminal execution, instruction, and trial until 2020. I am currently working at the National Cybersecurity Directorate of the Argentine Republic as a legal advisor with focus on cybersecurity and human rights, a function that I continue to perform to date.
I'm Eduardo Casanovas, I co-founder at Capaceta, where we develop blockchain-based solutions for supply chain traceability. I'm an electronic engineer specialized in cybersecurity. I also have teaching participation at Siglo XXI University and FASTA University. And I'm the director at Cyber Defense Masters for the National Defense University.
Hi, my name is Patricio and I work in the National CERT of Argentina. I have experience in vulnerability analysis, scanning tools, and firewall administration. I am an organizer of CTF competition for high school at National University of La.
Hi, my name is Nazli Borrero. I'm system engineer with a specialization in cybersecurity. I work in this lane for 16 years, focused on cyber intelligence and governance. I'm interested in competent to see how is my forensic performance and to apply it into my day-to-day in work. Bye.
Hello, my name is Santiago Forerin Capier. I am 20 years old. My favorite topic of cybersecurity are implementation attacks and cloud security. And I am studying system engineer.
Hi, I am Oscar Alarcón. I'm proud to introduce the Bolivian team for this White Hat conference. I'm a former police officer and CEO of my own cyber defense company.
Hello, my name is Ivo. I'm a computer forensics police officer and I work at the Brazilian Federal Police. I am also head of the high-tech crime unit. I have participated in many CTFs, especially the Interpol Digital Security Challenge, which I participated in 3 editions. I'm integrating the technical group of the conference, and I'm looking forward to participate on the challenge. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Jamil. I've been a cybercrime investigator since 2008, and in the middle of 2016, I've been recruited by Ministry of Justice and Public Safety from Brazil to work at the Directorate of Intelligence as Digital Forensic on Mobile Device Specialist. supporting all law enforcement from Brazil.
Hi, my name is Anchieta and I'm a police officer here in Brazil. I work investigating cybercrime and I'm very excited to be part in this White Hat conference with you, representing Brazilian team as legal specialist. I hope to see you soon in June.
Hi, my name is Joshua Carter and I'm a graduate student at Bridgewater State University in the cybersecurity program. I was able to participate in the White Hat conference last year in 2021, and I'm looking forward to taking that experience and using it towards my advantage for this year's. Looking forward to seeing everyone.
Hello there, I'm Steve Cavallo. I'm a graduate student here at Bridgewater State University. I'm really excited to work with the group, see what we can do, see what I can learn. It's my first experience in this kind of setting, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we can accomplish.
Hi, my name is Drew Panico. I'm a graduate student at Bridgewater State University in Massachusetts. I'm looking forward to expanding my knowledge and experience with digital forensics through this competition and having some fun along the way.
Hi, my name is Dee Demers. I'm a graduate student in the Cybercriminology and Cybersecurity Certificate Program at Bridgewater State University. This is my first competition, and I'm excited to see what I learn.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm a cybersecurity student and an employee of Bridgewater State University, and I'm looking forward to meeting you.
Hi everyone, my name is Katrina Perry and I'm currently a graduate student at Bridgewater State University earning a master's degree in criminal justice along with a certificate in cybercriminology. As many of our classes have been dedicated to investigating online cases involving cybercrime, I look forward to competing and learning more in the White Hat Conference.
My name is Sean. I'll be finishing up my Master of Science in Computer Information System with Security Concentrations and Cybercrime Investigations at Boston University this May. I've gained experience in cybersecurity and digital forensics by using different tools such as Celebrite, Kali Linux, and Uncase. In this team, I'll be contributing to the mobile forensics and serve as a technology specialist. I look forward to the White Hat Hacking Conference to further enrich my skills and prepare for my future career path as a cybersecurity professional.
Hi, my name is Michael Ross. I'm a grad student at Boston University in the Criminal Justice Program with a concentration in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. I'm currently a full-time student at BU. However, in the future, I hope to work within the government to combat cybercrime in the United States and abroad.
My name is Angel Huertas, and I'm a graduate student at Boston University, obtaining a master's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. Throughout my time in the digital investigation world, I've had the privilege of learning many different digital investigation tools such as FTK, Encase, Autopsy, Celebrite, along with many other tools. My teammates along with myself are looking forward to competing in this upcoming tournament where I will be serving as a team leader to the 2022 Boston University CIC Cyber Terriers. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Renato Zapata. I am 19 years old and my favorite topic of cybersecurity is implementation attacks.
Hello, my name is David Medina Orozco. I am 20 years old. My favorite topic about cybersecurity is cloud security.
Hello, my name is Harrison Velez. I am 20 years old. My favorite topic of cybersecurity is security on mobile device. My team are students of Universidad de Medellín. We are studying system engineer. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Tatiana Perez. I'm from Bogota, Colombia. I'm a cybersecurity analyst and recently I've got my bachelor degree in computer engineering and also I'm studying a specialization in information security. I hope to do my best job in this event and I hope all of you enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Andres Camilo Guerrero Sanchez. I am currently working on cybersecurity company and I am system engineer and studying Master on Cybersecurity and Privacy.
Hello, my name is Lady Joana Saldaña. I'm from Colombia. I am cybersecurity analyst and studying system engineer in a university.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Gonzalez. I'm from Colombia. For me, it was a pleasure to represent my university, the Escuela Tecnológica Instituto Técnico Central, in this competition. I am very interested because it was a very rewarding for me, learn and compete. Thanks for the opportunity of participation.
Hi, my name is Leonel Forero, proudly Colombian. I am happy to represent to ETITC in this important international challenge of cybercrime. Best regards.
Hello, my name is Alexander Saogal Rueda. I am from Colombia. I am representing the Escuela Tecnológica Instituto Técnico Central. It's an honor to be part of this competition. I am looking forward to participate in this adventure. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Toot, and I'm a technical expert in my team. Our team has participated in several capture the flag competitions and hackathons, such as the Hungarian Cybersecurity Challenge, which was organized by the Special Services for National Security. We also love to spend our free time solving capture the flag challenges and exploiting vulnerable machines on Try Hack Me and Hack the Box penetration testing labs.
Hi, my name is Mario, and I work as a risk management and cyber compliance specialist. Everyone on our team has a full-time job in cybersecurity, and we participate in part-time master studies. We organize an ethical hacking course for our fellow students in our free time. I can safely say that cyber is more than just a career for us, it really is a lifestyle.
Hi, my name is Zoltán Dimas. I'm a group leader within the Hungarian police forces. I've gained experience investigating several types of cybercrimes and monitoring cyber activities via OSINT and other methods. The strength of our group lies within diversity, that we came from 3 different fields of cybersecurity, giving us the chance to see the whole picture more accurately.
Hi, my name is Viktor Halász. I'm the head of the intelligence division at the Hungarian National Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime Department, and also I'm a cybersecurity expert student at the National University of Public Service. I'm really looking forward to participate in this competition with my colleagues.
Hi, my name is Zsófia Darás-Horváth. I had been working for the law enforcement for more than 13 years. Then I shifted to the financial sector. Now I have a position at a bank in a cyber area. Besides my work, I'm a student at the National University of Public Service, and I hope to pass the cybersecurity master's degree this year.
Hello everyone, my name is Árpád Tamás and I'm working at the National Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime Department. I specialized in digital forensics and penetration testing, and I'm also studying cybersecurity at the University of Public Service.
Hello everyone, I am Michelle and I am computer engineering. I am currently studying a master's degree in security engineering and information technology from National Polytechnic Institute. I am very happy to participate in this event. See you there. See you.
Hi everybody, my name is Alejandro. I'm glad to be with you in this CTF event. I am passionate about computer forensics and information technology security. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diana. I am Security and Information Technologies Master in Engineering. I've been working on the cybersecurity field for more than 8 years. And we are the Mexican team Morse Code. We are really excited about this conference and the Capture the Flag because we can learn and develop new skills in order to fight against the cybercrime. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cesar Farro. I am from Peru, and I am a member of the X-Mind group for this competition. I have more than 20 years of experience in cybersecurity area, implementing strategies and technicals to protect the information of the companies. I am very happy to participate in the cybercrime investigation competition.
Hello guys, my name is Raúl Acorchave Centeno. I am police officer and system engineer. I have been investigating cybercrime in Peru for 10 years. I am very happy to be in the X-Men team. See you later.
Hola, soy Ángel Arteaga y trabajo como analista forense informático en mi país. He combatido la ciberdelincuencia desde el 2011, investigando casos de ciberespionaje y secuestro de información. Brindo capacitación sobre seguridad de la información, ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa en instituciones educativas, con la finalidad de fomentar una cultura de ciberseguridad y resiliencia ante ataques informáticos. He participado en competencias nacionales e internacionales de ciberseguridad y estoy feliz de poder participar en esta competencia de investigación del cibercrimen. ¡Nos vemos allí!
Hi all, my name is Tosca Pinas from Suriname, economist, specialized in organization and management, also in business continuity management. I'm also a lead auditor when it comes to ISO 9001 and one of the co-founder of the Black Women in Tech Suriname. I have recently enrolled on cybersecurity program at the Erasmus Academy.
Hi, my name is Olga Renteria. I am an electronic engineer specialized in network security. I have been working in cybersecurity since more than 10 years ago. Currently, I am working in an offensive security team.
Frank Bazwai, I'm based here in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm a web developer. I just completed a training program with Erasmus Academy in New York. During the training program, we designed a cybersecurity program for a company in America. The program included a policy, incident response plan, SOP, and other control framework. With my knowledge in incident response plan, I should be able to contribute to this team toward the forthcoming White Hat 2022 conference. And I also hope to learn and gain knowledge. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mu'adh Khoja. I'm one of the team members who is representing Naif Arab University for Security Science as master student. I'm currently specialized in cybercrime and digital forensic investigations. And I would like to take this great opportunity and participate in the White Hat Conference, which is hosted by Boston University. I also would like to apply my technical knowledge in network and mobile forensic as well.
Hello Boston University community, my name is Ibrahim Zahrani. I am very excited to take this part in this competition as a part of Saudi Arabia team and hopefully gain a wonder knowledge in the cybersecurity field by participating in this challenge. I am a cybersecurity expert, which got my experience from my old field of network study, where gained so much knowledge. Therefore, I found my passion in the cybersecurity. Currently, I am a master student in the field of cybercrime at Naif University. My hobbies include the study and analyzation of malware with penetration and testing, also gaming and designing and building a custom PC.
Hello Boston University community, my name is Mohammed Al-Shamari. I'm very excited to take part in this competition as a part of the Saudi Arabian team, which represents Naif Arab University for Security Sciences, and hopefully gain wider knowledge in the cyber crimes field by participating in this challenge. I got my criminal justice bachelor from Western Oregon University. I'm taking my master's degree in the criminal law field at Naif Arab University, which developed my knowledge in the field of the cyber crimes regulation, were applied in multiple countries. Therefore, I found my passion in cyber crimes field. My hobbies include physical elements, which called actus reus in the cyber crimes, and the theories of causation.
Hi, I'm Maria Mancuso. I'm a junior in cybercrime and homeland security major at the University of Scranton with a minor in criminology.
I've competed in multiple cyber forensic challenges, including the White Hat Challenge and the Utica Cyber Forensic Challenge, in which my team took first place. I'm experienced in the digital forensic tool Autopsy and plan to further strengthen my knowledge in cybersecurity through this competition. Furthermore, I am participating in an internship this summer at Societe Generale in New York City.
Hello, my name is Evan Chang. I'm a junior at the University of Scranton with a major in cybercrime and homeland security with a minor in computer science. Last year, I was on the team that came in first place for the Utica Cybercrime Investigation Competition of 2021, and that same team competed in the White Hat Conference of 2021. I am well versed in ethical hacking and digital forensics, with most of my background coming from Autopsy, and currently I'm enhancing my cybersecurity and penetration testing skills using TryHackMe and U-certified labs in preparation for the CompTIA Security Plus exam.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris Martinucci. I am a junior transfer student from St. John's University in Queens, New York, and I'm also from Long Island, New York. I have an advancement in digital forensics and computer networking, which is a great strength going into this competition. I am looking to put my skills to the test and on top of that, strengthen my weaknesses once the competition is over.
Competitors, watch out.
The Royal Cyber Warriors are back.
Hi, my name is Emily McIlharney. I'm a sophomore cybercrime and homeland security major with minors in criminology and crime analysis at the University of Scranton. I conducted research and analyzed cyber espionage cases through the FBI and DOJ websites, focusing on offenders and who they targeted. In December of 2021, I, along with other students, presented different aspects of the cybercrime and homeland security major to Jacobs Engineering Group executive members. This will be my first time in a cybersecurity competition. I'm excited to acquire better knowledge about cybersecurity and forensics. I'm hopeful that this knowledge will give me more experience and confidence as I go further into the field of cybersecurity.
Hey everyone, my name is Brad Roush and I'm currently a sophomore at the University of Scranton and I'm majoring in cybercrime and homeland security. I took my very first cybersecurity class my freshman year and fell in love with the concept of cybersecurity and ethical hacking. I'm now focusing most of my energy on increasing my knowledge in said field, and I'm looking forward to using this competition as a springboard to further my knowledge and expertise in the field of cybersecurity.
Hi, my name is Andrew Cupo. I am a freshman cybercrime and homeland security major. I'm currently taking both cybercrime and intro to homeland security, so I'm currently developing a basic understanding of cybercriminal analysis. I have taken several computer courses throughout high school and learned how to program in C#, C++, and Java. I also have practiced building and repairing computers and other similar operating systems since I was a kid. While I am newer to the field than my classmates, I'm very eager to learn more about my intended field and my intended career path by attending my first cybersecurity competition.
Don't leave any trails.
The Royal Cyber Wolves are on the hunt.
Hi everyone, my name is Nando. I'm studying a cybersecurity course at Pere Maria Ors y Bosch High School in Benidorm, Spain. This is my first time taking part in this Boston White Hat event, and I hope to enjoy it hugely with my mates and doing our best. See you soon!
Hola, me llamo Carlos Martín y soy administrador de redes en España. He trabajado con diversas empresas en puestos relacionados con la informática, como por ejemplo France Telecom. Recientemente he realizado estudios de grado superior de administrador de sistemas y redes y actualmente estoy terminando el curso de especialización de ciberseguridad en entornos de tecnologías de la información. Además llevo más de 30 años aprendiendo por mi cuenta informática como autodidacta. Espero que mi experiencia personal y todo lo aprendido en el curso de especialización de ciberseguridad ayuden a nuestro equipo en esta competición. Hasta luego.
Hola, me llamo Daniel y soy estudiante de ciberseguridad y actualmente trabajo como administrador de redes en una empresa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference, those who were able to attend our morning sessions, as well as those who have just joined us. We have a busy afternoon ahead. I'm pleased to introduce our moderating and discussant for our first afternoon session, Dr. Hannah-Rae Lee, a law enforcement expert panel comprised of Mr. Peter Moores and Mr. Ken Jones, who will be speaking on the challenges and best practices in crypto investigations. Following our experts' presentations, Dr. Lee will conduct a Q&A session with our guest speakers. Dr. Lee is assistant professor and co-chair of the Cybercriminology and Cybersecurity Graduate Certificate Program at Bridgewater State University in Massachusetts. She's trained to teach different digital forensic areas, including Windows and Mac OS investigation, mobile forensics, cloud forensics, and incident response investigation using various forensic tools such as Magnet Axiom, Encase, Autopsy, and other open sources. Additionally, she has co-authored journal articles and book chapters regarding cybercrime and cybersecurity while participating in a federally funded project regarding internet crimes against children. Her research area also includes bias crimes against minorities, especially crimes against Asian descent. Her areas of expertise include cybercrime, cybersecurity, digital forensics, and Asian hate bias crimes. Peter Moores is a senior enforcement counsel with the Securities and Exchange Commission in its Boston regional office. As senior enforcement counsel, Peter investigates and litigates against persons and companies that violate the security laws, including in the areas of offering frauds, digital securities, and broker-dealer and investment advisor wrongdoing. Peter also serves as a judge advocate within the Massachusetts Army National Guard. He is currently the senior defense counsel for the Northeast Region's Trial Defense Services. Prior to joining the SEC, Peter was a partner at Choate, Hall, and Stewart. Peter is a graduate of Harvard College and Georgetown University Law Center. Ken Jones is the senior managing director in the Global Risk and Investigations practice at FDI Consulting, supporting clients with operational risk, compliance, and financial crime expertise. Ken spent a career with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, where he managed teams investigating child sexual exploitation, money laundering, and other financial crimes. He held supervisory and executive level positions before becoming the Deputy Chief Postal Inspector, responsible for all criminal investigative programs. Subsequently, Ken was the America's head of fraud risk and investigations, anti-money laundering investigations, cyber crisis response, and the financial intelligence unit at UBS. Ken devoted his graduate level studies and research on the topic of child sexual abuse and has conducted research showing a statistically significant relationship between conducting child pornography investigations and uncovering child sexual abuse. The research was later used to justify Postal Inspection Service resources to support the development of the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces. Ken has an MA in criminology at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, is a certified anti-money laundering specialist, and the chairperson of the Economic Crime and Cybersecurity Institute at Utica University. I now invite Dr. Lee to begin her session. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you for the introduction. As Chris mentioned, my name is Hannah-Rae Lee, and I'm moderating the challenges and best practices in crypto investigation section as a discussion. Since we only have 15 minutes, let's start our session by briefly introducing you and your organization. Besides, please address the important characteristics of cryptocurrencies and crypto assets that your agency focuses on to foster the mission of the organization. Mr. Moores, please proceed with the introduction.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Doctor, for the nice introduction. Thank you to Chris as well, and thank you to Boston University and the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity for organizing the White Hat Conference. Before I begin, I must give the disclaimer that the views I express are my own and do not reflect the views of the Commission or my colleagues on the staff of the Commission. Some of you may be asking, what does the SEC have to do with crypto and cybercrime? The SEC's mission is to protect investors, maintain fair and orderly and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. So the SEC's mission intersects with crypto and cyber in at least 3 important ways. One, all business is digital now, as you know, including all the services around investing and trading and publicly traded companies. And so cyber-related threats pose an existential risk to our financial markets and participants, as well as intrusions on publicly traded companies. And so there's a disclosure and having a number of policies in place to protect against those type of cyber risks. Cyber risks also pose challenges to broker-dealers or investment advisors that are basically buying those assets for their clients or their customers. And the Commission believes that there need to be appropriate protections and disclosures need to be in place to protect investors in that case. And 3, some crypto assets are being offered and sold as securities. And so to protect the public, those offerings need to be registered and sellers need to be truthful. And so all that is somewhat vague, but let me be a little bit more specific with some sort of new developments and reflect back on some of the older developments in the law. So one, the Commission has proposed a couple of new rules recently about cyber specifically, and that's to address some of the cyber risks. One of those rules is directed towards investment advisors and funds, and that basically mandates good cyber planning and hygiene, requires registered advisors and registered funds to implement cybersecurity policies and procedures. And some of these would tie into if they owned crypto assets in their funds. So if you're out there today and you're going to be getting a phone call from a client saying, hey, we just had a cyber intrusion, know that there's hopefully already policies, or maybe you're getting a call to actually be able to advise to help those entities set up their policies and procedures to how to deal with cybersecurity and intrusion. Another rule that was proposed just recently by the Commission is directed towards public companies and companies that are traded on the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ, and that requires incident disclosure. So once a company has determined that it has experienced a material cybersecurity incident, it has sort of 4 business days in order to, under the proposed rule, to report that to the public, which is sort of a new development. And again, if you're getting a phone call from a company to help with incident remediation, to identify the scope of an intrusion or an attack, know that the clock is ticking, as most companies want to be able to solve the problem immediately, especially before that they have to report it to the public that they were the victim of an attack. So, again, as I was talking about, a number of these investment advisors or broker-dealers, they might be buying crypto assets for their customers, for their clients, put in their fund. And so the Commission has multiple different divisions. There's the Division of Enforcement where I work, as well as the Division of Examinations. And they go out to visit, do exams of broker-dealers and investment advisors, make sure they are properly securing assets, make sure they have proper controls over those assets, including crypto assets. So questions, that they're going to be asking, and again, if you're consulting or you're advising with any of these type of entities, it's, solving the problems of how does a broker custody a crypto asset like Bitcoin? How does it keep it secure from intrusion? Just keep it in cold storage for its customers? Does it, keep it on a digital asset trading platform? How secure are the digital wallets from hackers? What protections are there in keeping the keys to the wallet secure? What controls are in place to minimize unauthorized access? Lastly, as I mentioned, there are a number of companies and individuals that are often offering and selling crypto assets as securities. So as you can imagine, securities are the bailiwick of the Securities and Exchange Commission. That you may have heard of a case against Telegram Group Inc. Telegram Group owns the Telegram messaging app. It wanted to sell a crypto asset called grams to raise money. The offer and sale constituted the offer and sale of an investment contract, which is a security under the federal law. Telegram did not register the offering. The Commission moved for a restraining order to prevent Telegram from selling grams. And the court applied ultimately what is called the Howey test, which is named after the United States Supreme Court decision from 1946, SEC versus W.J. Howey Company. Perhaps you guys have heard of it. It's sort of in the news quite a bit with respect to crypto assets. And so the federal court agreed that the manner in which Telegram offered the grams rendered them to be securities. So That's sort of part of the question here, Doctor, was how does our agency, how does the SEC characterize or how does it identify or treat crypto assets? And so I think it's really kind of fundamentally important to understand that it's not necessarily the asset itself, but it is the manner in which the asset is offered and sold to the investing public, which is sort of the touchstone and what's fundamental to the Howey test. And so the Howey test, has essentially three components, and that is whether or not there's been an investment of money, or that money could be, doesn't have to be fiat, it could be a crypto asset itself, or it could be services, sort of in a common enterprise. So there has to be some sort of, effort for the making money in the future. So the third prong is with an expectation of profits to be derived from the efforts of the promoter or a third party. And so, a investment contract, which again is a security under the securities laws, it could be virtually anything. Virtual games have been deemed to be investment contracts, the way in which they are offered and sold. Cask of whiskey has been, deemed to be an investment contract based upon how it was offered and sold. So it's not necessarily the entity itself or the crypto asset itself, which sort of defines it as a security, but essentially it's how it's bundled together. The promises, the statements that are made by the seller is really what is important there. And even, South American rodent chinchillas were deemed to be part of an investment contract at one point. So when the investigative staff, like myself and enforcement, or the commission looks at whether or not a crypto asset is a security, it's really applying this Howey test and all the case law that has come about in the last 80 years or so since then. And is trying to identify, is there an expectation? Are the buyers being told that they're going to be able to make money off of this? Are they essentially investing in a common enterprise? I can prattle on more about this, but perhaps I will reserve some more discussion for some of the questions up ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Moores, for sharing the perspectives of crypto assets from the SEC's glance. Now, Mr. Johns, please introduce you and your organization, and please address the important characteristics of cryptocurrencies and crypto assets that your agency focuses on to foster the mission of the organization.
Certainly. So FTI Consulting, just to give a little background, is a global consulting firm. And in this role and in my two prior roles in federal law enforcement and working inside a global wealth management company, I've had the pleasure of working with the SEC in all three of those roles. So it's a pleasure to be here with Peter presenting. So FTI Consulting, and many of you are familiar with what we refer to as the big four consulting firms. The only difference between those and FTI is that we do not do external audit for companies. And to me, that's great, because when we're asked to do work for companies, we don't have those conflicts of being their auditor. So that's one distinction I think is important to understand. FTI Consulting is a Fortune 1000 firm. We're in over 80 cities around the world. So in every major financial center, we have offices. And as I said, we're full service. So we do everything from financial services and many other industry verticals. I sit in the risk and investigations practice, but I keep one foot in financial services based on my time at UBS and my fraud and money laundering roles there. I sit on our cryptocurrency and digital assets working group, and I also sit on our human trafficking. I lead our human trafficking working group in the firm, and both of those efforts at points combine. As a matter of fact, there are others speaking here at the conference this week who are working on an initiative between the relationship between cryptocurrencies and human trafficking. Very, very important work in my mind. So the things that we do at the firm are very much the same things that we do for the broader financial services organizations. We do cryptocurrency investigations. We do asset tracing. We do compliance risk assessments. A lot of the work that we do for cryptocurrency companies at various stages, startup companies, fintech companies as well. We help them prepare for going public. We help them to be regulatorily compliant with the SEC and everybody else. And there are a number of regulators that look at cryptocurrency firms as well, in addition to the SEC. And so compliance is an incredibly important area, and that includes everything from risk assessments to risk profiles and onboarding clients and what decisions are made to exit clients, and certainly investigations, which I know we're going to talk about later, and how investigations are initiated. So they're fraud analytical tools, they're money laundering analytical tools. Are they properly tuned? Do they use the proper capabilities within those tools? And one of the big areas, one of the really important areas that a lot of firms, financial services, and I think cryptocurrency firms are actually in a better place to do this, is how do you look across your data and your intelligence and your analytical capabilities across fraud, across money laundering, across cyber, and how do you pull that together to make better decisions about your clients and to make better decisions about the transactions your clients are making? So those are the kinds of things that we do. In addition to providing expert witness testimony on cryptocurrency issues, valuations on cryptocurrency firms, as I said, asset tracing, investigations. One of the areas that I think is going to be an issue for cryptocurrency firms, because it's an issue for your typical financial services firms, is the insider threat. When you have insiders involved in criminal activity involving client funds and client assets, that's a huge reputational, regulatory, and criminal issue for firms to address. And I think a lot of your cryptocurrency firms are full speed ahead on looking at the external issues, the external fraud and money laundering issues, and even many of them looking at the human trafficking through cryptocurrency activity. But many, I think, are a little behind on looking inward and looking at the potential insider threat, and that can be very, very damaging. So we focus on those issues as well. So that's an overview of what we do at FTI Consulting in the cryptocurrency arena.
Thank you, Ken, for sharing your firm's perspective on cryptocurrency and assets. Now let's discuss several issues regarding challenges and best practices in a crypto investigation. The questions I prepared today may target a specific organization, but both of you are more than welcome to pitch in. First, I will ask questions regarding cryptocurrencies and securities. Most recently, the SEC announced that it was renaming the Division of Enforcement Cyber Unit as a Crypto Assets and Cyber Unit, and significantly increasing its size with 20 more new positions. The unit is committed to dedicating significant investigative and litigation resources to enforcement in the digital asset industry, resulting in monetary relief of over $2 billion. It is clear that SEC focuses on different areas of security law violation to ensure the safety of investors in the crypto markets. Could you please share the most prevalent type of securities law violations in the crypto market and how the unit identifies and ensures fair and orderly markets?
Sure. Thank you very much, Doctor. Yeah, so as recently was announced, the cyber unit is sort of having two titles, which sort of perhaps better represent the focus on both cybersecurity and crypto. And before I dive into answering your question, Doctor, I do want to piggyback a little bit on what Ken had just said about sort of the insider threat when it comes to digital assets or crypto assets. It's one of the things that these sort of internal controls oftentimes for companies when it comes to cash are usually relatively robust, right? It's hard for an employee or someone to get a hold of sort of the company's cash and do something nefarious with it. However, when it comes to sort of crypto assets, again, the internal controls might not be as mature. And so some of the proposed rulemaking, I think, sort of tries to address some of that, at least in sort of the general of like, what are your internal controls? And if you don't have disclosures, and there have been some actions by the cyber, now, crypto and cyber unit, talking about disclosures. But I agree with Ken that is also something to reflect upon. So in terms of what are some of the most common actions in this space, really, it kind of comes down to unregistered offerings and fraud. And so what is an unregistered offering? So I was talking beforehand about, Telegram and as an example of a case, and essentially it isn't that it's a security and therefore you can never sell crypto assets. That's not really the point of the SEC, right? It's to sort of facilitate capital formation. It's to make sure that the markets are fair. And really a lot of that comes down to sort of a disclosure regime, right? It's basically making sure investors have all the information that they need to know to make an informed decision about whether or not they want to make that investment. They want to buy that security. And so the issue really is whether or not if the security is registered, then that information, those disclosures that are required under the securities laws are then required. And they're made by what's referred to as the issuer, right? It's the company that's issuing the crypto asset, in this case, issuing the investment contract. And so oftentimes what we have companies that are looking at their business model and they say, hey, we don't have a security, so therefore we don't have to register. And in fact, under the Howey test, they have a security and that they needed to register. They needed to provide all those disclosures. So that is actually one of the most common violations that we find here. The other one is fraud. So there are misrepresentations. There are sort of wrongdoers out there in the space that are lying to the people that they are selling the crypto assets to. They're saying that we are going to do A, B, and C, and they have sort of no intention ever of doing A, B, and C. And so the unregistered fraudulent offering is essentially the most common action here. And so then the question is, what is the unit going to do about it, right? Like what's the priorities? What are the intents going forward? And I think, playing off of just some of the in the public announcement. So it's crypto asset offerings, which I sort of talked about. It's crypto asset exchanges. So these are going to be foci of the unit sort of going forward. And what is a crypto asset exchange? Essentially, it is a digital asset trading platform. I'm not going to name any names, but essentially it's if you're trying to go sell your crypto asset, you're going to probably an online, portal, and you're essentially transferring your crypto asset to their digital wallet. There's going to be an exchange, and then you get your crypto asset back. And under, again, the sort of the disclosure regime here at the SEC is that, it's a Securities and Exchange Commission. Exchanges need to be registered, and a number of these digital asset trading platforms are not registering. And so that there are certain protections. The goal is transparency to protect investors, make sure that they're not being abused, the trades aren't being manipulated, the markets aren't being distorted. And so, again, it would be focused on the exchanges or the intermediaries, as well as crypto asset lending and staking products. So and this sort of ties in a little bit into what people refer to as DeFi, decentralized finance. Decentralized finance is usually not decentralized, right? There's usually a central operator or manager who's taking in the crypto assets and managing it, and then trying to make returns and then paying back to the people who are lending it. So in essence, there's a couple of examples I can highlight. Touting is another area of focus. But when it came to, I can't actually name names when it comes to Poloniex. There was an action, settled action with Poloniex, which was crypto asset exchange. Essentially, that they were not registered, but they were selling securities, which is in violation of the law. They had to pay a penalty. This was from last year, about a $10 million penalty. There's a recent settlement with a company called BlockFi Lending, which basically they agreed to pay $50 million. They were taking in crypto assets, and they basically issuing notes, which again is a type of security, which I just want to highlight. It's sort of an interesting thing. We talked about the Howey test, but that doesn't sort of bracket all the different possible securities, right? So a note, like you think of it as a bond, a loan, it is also a security under the securities laws. And in the BlockFi case, there were both investment contracts, the way that BlockFi was offering and selling the product, as well as a note, and they were not registered offerings. And they had, well over 570,000 investors globally, more than 390,000 investors in the United States. They had over $14.7 billion in investor assets. And the problem was that there were, misrepresentations about the risks of its lending practices. It wasn't registered, so they didn't have all the disclosures going out to investors to make them informed. And they're also acting as an unregistered investment company. Another sort of lending practice was the investigation involving Coinbase. Coinbase was about to launch a sort of a lending program. They disclosed that the commission staff was investigating, and ultimately Coinbase decided not to launch it without the requisite disclosures. So those are all the different ways, and I apologize, I just keep on sort of rambling off, but just to identify at least a couple more sort of foci of the unit going forward, it would be sort of NEFT, non-fungible tokens, to the extent that they would be securities again. That's the touch point. Are they securities, as well as stable coins? And again, if they are securities.
Thank you, Mr. Moores. Mr. Jones, do you want to add anything before I proceed to the next question?
No, I think that was very, very thorough, and I'm going to give an example of a matter in a few minutes, and I think everybody out there is looking for this type of continued guidance and case law that comes from the SEC, comes from the courts, and I think we're getting to a point where the cryptocurrency firms are having greater clarity, and I think that's a really important issue.
Okay, good. Now then, I will ask a question regarding major challenges for both cryptocurrency firms and law enforcement in relation to privacy, legal exchange of intelligence and investigation. Cryptocurrencies can enhance anonymity and hinder law enforcement investigation. But unlike general myths of cryptocurrency, they do not guarantee complete anonymity. Users' digital identities can, with some effort, be connected to their real identities. As technology goes mainstream, it threatens to give big corporations and governments a better view of our financial lives and greater control over how we spend our money. Therefore, privacy requirements for financial services and cryptocurrency firms are very stringent. Similarly, it must be an issue within the law enforcement agencies to exchange information while protecting privacy. How are exchanges of information made, and how do they support law enforcement investigations between financial services and cryptocurrency firms, between cryptocurrency firms and law enforcement, and between different law enforcement agencies and international law enforcement agencies?
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And the bottom line is there are significant challenges with the exchange of intelligence. And so what I want to do is walk through that process. And for those of you who are in a cryptocurrency or financial services firm, you'll understand some of this. For those of you in law enforcement, you'll understand different pieces of this. So first, the process for providing intelligence between firms. And let me give you a little background there. First of all, there's a difference between fraud and anti-money laundering investigations inside a financial services firm or a cryptocurrency firm. And the difference is this: fraud investigations are looked at almost all the time in real time. when a client or a fraudster pretending to be a client initiates a transaction, most firms have the fraud analytical tools to look at those transactions in real time. Conversely, money laundering investigations are looked at after the transaction, and therefore it's a different analytical approach. So there's a huge difference between the two. A number of firms, particularly in the financial services space, have put together teams that do both the fraud investigations and the AML investigation and any subsequent filing of reports like suspicious activity reports. So fraud/AML, or what the firms refer to as FRAML, FRAML teams. I did this when I was at UBS. It's a very efficient way to do it. Otherwise, you're having a fraud investigation, then you're handing it over to a money laundering team to do an extremely similar investigation and determine if they should file a suspicious activity report. So the process for exchanging information between firms, there's a process laid out in the U.S. Patriot Act. It's Section 314B, and it permits financial institutions to exchange information. So that's where you get the ability to exchange information that might otherwise be considered, privacy concerns, financial privacy, financial information on individuals. But this is an extremely slow process, and let me explain how it works. Cryptocurrency company A, that's responsible for doing money laundering investigations, sees a transaction with one of their clients, and it involves sending money to or receiving money from another institution, a bank, a typical wealth management firm, or even another crypto firm. And that process allows them to send inquiries to the other institution, but the other institution isn't obliged to send a response back. And when they do, it means they're initiating a whole new investigation on their side, and they might file a suspicious activity report. And that whole process takes time, takes a lot of time. So it's very slow. So then the exchanges between cryptocurrency firms and law enforcement. As I said, fraudulent activities are almost always reportable from a money laundering perspective. And as I said before, they take a lot of time. So the way that they're reported, and most people know this, is through suspicious activity reports, or SARs, that they file with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN. And it's important to keep in mind that these things happen globally with different names in different organizations. But what FinCEN does is they've created extensive data analytical capabilities. And what they try to do, and what they do quite often, is identify the most egregious perpetrators, typically, organized criminal entities and sometimes state-sponsored entities. And then they share that intelligence with various U.S. law enforcement agencies. And once again, this is not a fast process. So you can see the amount of time it takes to get critical information into the law enforcement agencies. Now, looking at the U.S. law enforcement agencies, most people are surprised to know that at the federal level alone, when you include the inspectors general organizations, there are nearly 100 different federal law enforcement agencies. And I can tell you there's no viable real-time or automated exchange of intelligence between them. And then you add in the thousands of state, city, local, and territorial law enforcement agencies, and certainly there's no viable real-time or automated exchanges of intelligence between them or with their federal counterparts. So in my mind, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to align the law enforcement agencies and to create, considering privacy issues and GDPR, elsewhere, to create a real-time and automated exchange of intelligence. Now, as we know, many of these cyber criminal organizations are very international in nature. And the way that we exchange information there, and certainly Peter's familiar with these from the SEC perspective, these are called mutual legal aid treaties, or MLATs. So DOJ, SEC, others are heavily involved in initiating these legal treaties. Most of these treaties are on a single investigation basis, and some of them are on broader investigative priorities, but they allow law enforcement, prosecutors and investigators and regulatory agencies like Peter's to be involved with exchanging intelligence on these broader criminal gangs. But once again, that's an extremely slow process. So on its face, I think that the common way to look at this is there's a temporary advantage that goes to the bad guys and the bad girls in the world. And that's because doing an investigation in a cryptocurrency firm, exchanging that information with FinCEN, sharing that with law enforcement, and then getting that out from an international basis is a long process. The upside is that, we've become very good at identifying these big groups and some of the violations, and Peter's mentioned, some already. And the bottom line is we're going after some of the larger, most impactful organizations committing fraud, whether it's cryptocurrency or regular financial transactions. So what comes to mind to me, and I hope I'm not being too flippant here, there's a song that says, "What you going to do when they come for you?" And some people may remember that old song. So typically when the SEC, the DOJ, the federal law enforcement agencies involved, typically when you're investigated, it's a very, very tight case, and very seldom do people win those cases against the evidence that's mounted. So although it's a slow process, it is a thorough process, and it's one that I think brings the right people to justice.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your great answer. And Mr. Moore, do you want to pitch in to add some information?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo again what Brilliance Ken is saying. Essentially, one of the things that is sort of a challenge is the privacy laws that you mentioned. And even when a company in an investigation wants to cooperate and wants to hand things over voluntarily to the governmental agency that is investigating, the privacy laws of various nations can impede that sort of voluntary handover. So sometimes you actually have to go through MLATs, like Ken is referencing, to have the local nation request the information through some sort of enforcement process in order for it to get flowed back into the United States itself. So that is just another thing to consider when you're advising a company. If it wants to cooperate, it wants to hand over information voluntarily to the United States, but it might be subject to international privacy laws. But that could be a challenge or a hindrance.
Thank you very much. I was preparing to ask the questions regarding the international perspectives and victims' perspectives, but we are kind of running out of time. So instead of me asking the questions, I will open the questions for the public. And I actually found one of the great questions regarding that actually handles one of the most recent issues. NFT is getting a lot of attention. Are you dealing with NFT investigation cases? If so, please give us some examples and tell us what type of cases are prevalent and why.
Certainly, I can start off, and I'm sure Peter has many of them. When we were planning on talking about victims, that I did have an NFT example, as a matter of fact, and a recent one. So the Southern District of New York, one of the more prevalent districts in investigating securities issues, had a release in March, and the release was about a company that had a sale of fraudulent NFTs. And the United States attorney there announced that this scheme ran for several years. As a matter of fact, they had two separate NFT fraudulent schemes that they ran. And once they had sold the funds to a number of individuals and made certain amounts, and the fraud losses here were in the millions. Then they shut them down. And some of you are very familiar with, the phrase of pulling the rug out. And that's exactly what this type of crime was. So as I said, there's, if you want to read more about it, the Southern District, New York, March 24th release on this. The matter was investigated by the United States Postal Inspection Service and the IRS Criminal Investigations Division. And let me just back up a little bit. 3 of the primary agencies are investigating fraud in general and cryptocurrency fraud and others. The FBI, which has primary jurisdiction over the wire fraud statute, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, which has primary jurisdiction over the mail fraud statute. Both agencies use both statutes liberally when they investigate the crimes, and IRS CID, which has primary jurisdiction over the tax violations, because most of your criminals don't identify their stolen assets and pay taxes on them. So that's a pretty good trio of agencies that investigate these crimes. So switching over a little bit to the prevention side of things, there's a saying that's what's old is new again. So many of these schemes and the way people are defrauded are not new. The tools that are being used, like cryptocurrencies and contacting people via email and so on, are new compared to some of the old schemes. Two of the things, when we were asked about what can people do to protect themselves, give you an example. FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, and Peter, SEC may have rules of this nature as well. There are rules out there to protect vulnerable individuals, particularly a very vulnerable group is our senior citizens, because there have been studies that the older you get, the less, the more your mental acuity may be impacted, and financial acuity is one of those things that really gets impacted. So these rules give some leeway to financial institutions and cryptocurrency firms to reach out to trusted individuals. So one of the ways you can do this is if you have parents who are in the 50, 60, 70 range, talk to them if they have financial assets about getting you or another sibling listed as a trusted person that can be reached. And that's very important to do. And it gives the financial institution an opportunity to reach out to you if they think there's fraud going on. So I just wanted to tie in both the NFTs and the victimization and prevention issue.
Thank you very much for adding the victim's perspectives too. Peter, do you want to add something about NFT? Or do you want me to ask another question?
Oh, I was just going to say that I really can't comment on sort of open investigations that aren't public, but just again, sort of the touch point is really going to be the sort of how we test whether or not the NFT, the way it's been packaged and sold, is really an investment contract. So
okay, then I think,
but I'll take the next one.
No, I think this question will actually best suited for you. So with all the talk about government creating their own digital currencies, how will that change the private sector from registering for initial coin offerings?
Okay, well, this one's definitely looking forward and sort of speculating, but I think that there already are governments that are offering their own digital currencies. I think Nigeria is a notable large country that has created its own digital currency, Naira. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. And I don't know exactly how it's impacted the market for crypto assets in Nigeria specifically, but I think that oftentimes the intent or the purpose for government sort of digital currencies is going to be different than what private industry is offering. So I think that it wouldn't necessarily curtail, because again, a lot of the crypto assets that are being issued right now are either app coins or sort of designed around a particular application, particular ecosystem, a particular network, and aren't sort of generalist coins. It might have an impact on some of the stable coins potentially, but I also think that the barrier to creating these digital assets is relatively low. And it doesn't take too much effort to create one. So with that respect, I don't think it'll necessarily diminish the private market all that much.
Thank you very much. I think because we only have 6 minutes left, I will ask this particular question from the audience. Can you please explain how can we become more efficient in cyber investigations? Any suggestions on some practices or any notes?
I'll go ahead and start that off. I think there are a lot of ways that we can be more efficient, and this is where I'll add in something I should have said at the beginning. Peter, as a lawyer, they do a much better job on the comment that his comments are his own and not his organization's, and so I echo his better phraseology. But let me go back to what I said about law enforcement agencies in the United States, how many we have, and that there is no real-time or automated exchange of intelligence that is a very viable one. I think that's a concern going forward. I think we're dealing with adversaries, both very sophisticated major cyber criminal organizations, and in some cases state-sponsored cyber attacks and fraud and theft of intellectual property and those issues. And I think our structure, I think we at some point have to take a look at why do we have 100 different federal law enforcement agencies, and at the same time, on the other side of the coin, no pun intended, on the other side of the coin, there's a benefit to having a couple agencies investigating the same types of crimes because they bring different approaches, they bring different perspectives. But at some point, I think we need to take a look at, are we better served as a country in protecting our citizens and protecting our corporations and being in that world environment of countries trying to do the same thing? Are we better served by having 100 different federal law enforcement agencies, or should we restructure in some way? Or should we, keep the same structure but have better real-time and automated exchanges of intelligence that are secure and actionable? So I think that's something that we really have to look at some point.
Peter, do you want to add something?
Sure. So I agree with what Ken said. I also believe that the ability to handle the data and the intelligence that comes through from that sharing from a technical perspective is also going to greatly increase the efficiency of investigations. And I'm sure, kind of seeing this summit where it works now currently as well, but you go back in time, and I've been at the commission staff for about 7 years now. You go back and sort of learning about digital assets and crypto assets and trying to do the cyber tracing and the asset tracing and trying to rip, all the data off the blockchain and stuff like that and be able to figure that out. It's definitely come up a long way from where it used to be, but I think it still has a ways to go, so that once you have that sort of data expertise, you can assess, a situation of where did the money go, where did the assets go, and how are the assets being utilized on the blockchain much more efficiently than it is probably even currently.
Thanks very much for the great the sessions together, and I think we are almost up. And is there anything that you want to add for the final remarks? Ken?
Yeah, I'll just add one thing for our cryptocurrency firm participants. Don't underestimate the importance of a robust compliance program, risk assessment program, and down to the level, Peter mentioned it before, controls, both technical, non-technical controls. Don't be afraid to reach out to other companies in the same space, share best practices. I did that when I was at UBS from a fraud perspective. Particularly from a fraud perspective, you'll find that the heads of fraud are very willing to share.
Thank you very much. Peter, do you want to make any last remarks?
Sure. So, I think it's probably evident to everybody that we live in a global world, and the United States is just sort of one piece of that global world. And sort of as we think about the issues of crypto assets, we think about cybersecurity and regulation. We understand that there are international borders, but the sort of crypto asset market is global. And so sometimes you might have a United States regulator that has a much broader and global reach than you would otherwise think, and vice versa. And so I think, it's important for enforcement purposes to build those relationships, to be able to work through the MLATs with the EU, with governments all over the world in order to sort of be able to information share and work hand in hand, because that's the best way for enforcement is to get the information collaboratively.
Thank you very much for the both of you, and I hope everyone who are listening to our session also had a great time. Thank you all, and Chris, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you for moderating and being the discussant, and to our great speakers, Peter and Ken. It's a very complex area gentlemen both work in. I've had some involvement in it in my history, and you handled the questions extremely well, and I think you were very clear in explaining your businesses and how you gentlemen address it. So thank you for that. Again, it's a very complicated issue. We're going to take a break. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. And when we come back, Dr. Kyung-shick will be conducting the crypto investigation training session. See you back here in roughly 10 minutes. Enjoy. Welcome back, everyone. For those just joining us, welcome to the 2022 Third Annual International White Hat Conference. Our next session is entitled Crypto Investigating Training, led by moderator and discussant Dr. Kyung-shick Chu from Utica University. Our guest presenters will be Matt Richardson, Director of Intelligence and Investigations for the Anti-Human Trafficking Initiative, and Larry Cameron, Chief Information Security Officer of ATII. Dr. Chu will moderate a short Q&A session after Mr. Richardson's and Cameron's presentations. Dr. Kyung-shick Chu is Associate Professor of Criminal Justice and Economic Crime at Utica University and has served as a past Director of the Financial Crime and Compliance Management Program. As a Senior Research Associate at the West Ed Justice and Prevention Research Center, he is currently leading a federal project to develop and test juvenile drug court guidelines funded by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. He's also involved with numerous federal, state, and foreign government-funded projects. Of note, Dr. Chu is responsible for obtaining and administering a grant for more than $214,000 from the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance to develop educational opportunities program in cybersecurity at Utica University. Utica University is splitting a 2-year $450,000 grant with the research team from Boston University. Utica University's portion is being administered by Professor Chu, who will lead work to develop effective cybercrime investigation training, test the best practice reflecting the needs of all levels of law enforcement, and establish a training guideline in computer forensics and digital evidence. Matt Richardson is the Director of Intelligence and Investigations of the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative, ATII. He is expert on OSINT and dark web intelligence with extensive experience in leading and coordinating complex investigations on sex trafficking and CSAM offenders. He's a professor at Loyalist College where he teaches topics that include technology, social media, online safety, and more. Matt's a member of the Rogers Communications Cybersecurity Catalyst team, where he collaborates with industry experts to generate products and education on a variety of cybersecurity topics related to online crimes. He's often sought out as a subject matter expert by the media, TV, film, and print coverage in Canada, and is a main contributor and on-camera character for Dark Highway, a human trafficking documentary that is being televised in Canada and the US. He works in partnership with Tamia's Cause to educate and prevent sex trafficking and was a featured speaker of the first Canadian National Summit on Child Sexual Exploitation. Larry Cameron has over 20 years of experience in the technology and cybersecurity industries. He is the Chief Information Security Officer at the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative and an OSINT investigator lead cryptocurrency forensics specialist for the National Child Protection Task Force. He's a certified digital evidence investigator, mobile device investigator, triage investigator, certified cryptocurrency investigator, CipherTrace certified examiner, and holds over 50 other industry, IT, and security certifications. He manages technology in multiple disciplines and works with local, state, federal, and international law enforcement on human trafficking and child exploitation investigations. With that, I hand the floor over to Dr. Chu. Welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Again, my name is Kyung-shick Chu. I am professor of criminal justice and the financial crime investigation programs at the Utica University, upstate New York. I welcome all of you, especially for international audience, for this 2022 White Hat Conference. For this session, instead of we are talking about broad and general topics in cryptocurrency or cybercrime investigation, we like to focus on cryptocurrency use and the investigation in dark web marketplace, especially related to human trafficking or online child sexual exploitation. So as Chris introduced two speakers in this session, the first person is the Matt Richardson, who is the Director of Intelligence and Investigation and Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative. And then after the ladies, after Mr. Richardson's introduction about anti-human trafficking intelligence initiative is a major task and some background and missions, Mr. Cameron, who is Chief Information Security Officer at ATII, will demonstrate the Project H. Some of us will remember that the human trafficking for in the last 2 decades, what has been done, and probably most of nonprofit organizations and even the government investigation agencies focused on in-person human trafficking. But as you can see, the example of what anti-human trafficking intelligence initiative, nonprofit groups, has been done using the lot of different data and their data platforms, and using the most upscaled technologies, and train, and also in helping the law enforcement agencies to sort of identify some of the potential cryptocurrency use in online human trafficking. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Matt Richardson, and who will again introduce about anti-human trafficking intelligence, the missions, their major activities, and the partners. Mr. Richardson?
Well, thank you everyone for welcoming me here today. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Dr. Choi, for the fantastic job of my rather crazy introduction. I'm all over. Thank you all. So my name is Matt Richardson. I am the Director of Intelligence with the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative, or ATII. And I'd like to tell you a little bit today about our organization, as well as a little bit about what you can expect if you join us, our internship program, what we do, what you can expect, or that as a volunteer, what we call an expertier. So I'd like to begin with a little bit about who we are and what we do and our mandate. So we are a registered not-for-profit NGO agency in the United States, and we focus on, at the higher level, corporate social responsibility. And we work with many fine partners and stakeholders in the financial and corporate realms or spaces on an international basis. We do that. One of our key mantras is, the title of the crypto is Follow Money, Fight Slavery. So one of our areas of great expertise is using crypto and blockchain forensic analysis to identify and create ironclad cases, if you will, of sex trafficking or CSAM offenders, CSAM being child sexual abuse material. So what we do is the real deal. We have many fantastic sponsors. We'll talk about Hades toward the end of what I'm going to share with you today, and Mr. Cameron will take you through much more on that. But we have some of the best tech in the industry, so many fantastic sponsors. We can investigate like very few can. Very importantly, we have the very best people. So as an intern, a new volunteer, you come in and you take the challenge. You do our internship program, which is like a boot camp. It's an intensive 6 weeks. You are going to meet and work with the best in the business. And I mean, these are highly skilled people of all stripes, international level, a variety of really interesting backgrounds, and they're really great human beings. You have mentors, contacts, experts to help you learn. And very importantly, every day you're with us as an intern and you're doing the hard work, you are making a difference. Human trafficking and child abuse are very heavy and dark themes, and it does come with sacrifice. And if you look at me, I can tell you in all honesty, I would know. But every day that you wake up and you put your feet on the ground when you're with the ATII, you make a profound difference. Every child, every teen at a time, because your work creates difference in a positive way and in a very real and impactful way. It's an exciting prospect being with us. We do cases on international levels. We create real results. Every day is different. Doing investigations is unlike anything. When you're applying your technology, when you're applying your crypto analysis skills, your OSINT, open source intelligence, on the greatest mission that I can think of in human life is protecting kids and helping those that are endangered and getting those predators and traffickers off the streets so they can't hurt anyone. To me, there's no higher calling. And I applaud each and every one of you that decide, hey, I want to take this on, because you are cut of a different cloth. You are with us, we're birds of a feather is the expression. We work hard, we do great work, we build such strong camaraderie. You learn so much, you meet the best people. I will tell you this, you will not find yourself bored at any point, and I know at the end because I see the comments and the feedback, and I get LinkedIn connects and messages. It was the best professional opportunity of my life. So to those of you that are interested, I just want to say, let's hear from you. Importantly, we have people from all backgrounds. Some of you on the call are going to be core computer science, information technology, cybersecurity people with the formal and conventional background. We have people on board like that. But getting into this industry, you can come at it from many different backgrounds. Some of our best have backgrounds that aren't entirely related. One of my best agents, her formal training is in like community theater and animation, but she has grown into and found her calling and been very successful with us, because there's always ways to pivot into this. And it's at the field, it's an ever shifting and evolving landscape. There is room for all that can be creative, critical think, very importantly, be good to work with, have a blend of those hard and soft skills. There's no barrier if it's what you want. Now, I do want to talk about Hades. I've been at this for a while. I have over 2 years now in the field doing hardcore predator ID and sex trafficking investigations and coordinating massive ones. I've used a lot of fantastic tools and I've worked with some fantastic people, but ATII we have our own proprietary tool called Project Hades. And I haven't seen one like it. It's super exciting. It's user-friendly. At the same time, it is super powerful. We are able to run forensic level investigative pieces through Hades with just a couple button clicks. So we run crypto through it. We do dark web mapping where we have onion sites and we create networks and maps and graphs and link analysis. And then connectors from, we have crypto selectors or data points, which we link to dark web ones, which ultimately we can link to OSINT ones or open source ones. And Hades is at the epicenter of all of it. And if you're with us, you're going to get to use the best in the business. Project Hades, you will never have found a comparable, even if you're experienced and you've used other tools. One will do one thing, one will do another, but Hades brings it all together in a way I've never seen. And it is super, super cool to use. It generates and creates results. And one of the greatest things about it is you can do the investigations, but you don't get exposed to the worst stuff because it's all at a high level. And we can create these graphs and links and create meaningful law enforcement products to affect the change that we seek. So by joining us, you will not only get to meet the best in the business and some of the best human beings I've ever met, you will get access to a variety of tools. I'll let Mr. Cameron explain more, but Hades is one I really want you to know. If it sounds exciting, it's because it is. It is one of the greatest tools, and by way of using it, it's so incredible to see something that looks anonymous and almost like a phantom. And you can work with that to create data points that can lead to subpoenas, even positive identification of serial offenders, traffickers, in a way I have yet to see. And it's really interesting because you get full spectrum with it. You get the high level dark web and the crypto. So they're both together. And you're able to pivot and do the OSINT side of it. I call, and we do have, by the way, we have cyber forensic in it where we can run IPs and other infrastructural pieces. That is full spectrum stuff. And in my opinion, it's the best in the business at that very thing, maybe the only one that does it quite the way Hades does. With that said, I will be looking forward to, I'd love to hear from you. If you want to connect with me, that would be great. And I also, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'm going to answer some key questions that came up, and I will have time for live questions. So I sincerely hope to see you again tomorrow. And I hope you enjoyed my brief introduction to our amazing organization and what a day in the life of an intern looks like, and why Hades should get you super excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matt. This is again, a wonderful opportunity for many individuals who are interested in human trafficking areas, but at the same time, how this new technology that has helped us to investigate those this sort of the criminals who's using this technology and doing a lot of online child sexual exploitations, and also the using the cryptocurrency involved in this human trafficking areas. Without further ado, I also like to introduce the Larry Cameron, who is Chief Information Security Officer at ATII, and how ATII utilize the many different data points and platforms to investigate and help and also assist with the law enforcement agencies to locate a potential cryptocurrency abuse in human trafficking, especially in dark website. So please welcome Mr. Cameron.
Hey everyone, can you see me? I'm just gonna share my screen here. So my name is Larry Cameron. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative. I'm gonna go over our dark web intelligence platform, Project Hades. I'm also going to go through some blockchain forensics. So what we do, we combat global human trafficking by promoting corporate social responsibility. And sorry, I just need to make a change to my spreadsheet here on the timings, use timings from beginning. There we go. So we also increase awareness, facilitate intelligence integration and technology advancement. We also encourage strategic data collaboration. Now, Project Hades, law enforcement, financial institutions, corporations, they don't really need to expose themselves while conducting investigations. That's why the platform was created, to keep everybody safe. We also have a dark webathon. So it's a competition, capture the flag, where everybody research and investigates things into the dark web. It could be cryptocurrency, could be email addresses or other selectors. So it's a different approach. We made it so it's low risk. There's no legal content. You don't get any red flags by your ISP. You're not really a target when you're using Hades. You are when you are on the dark web. Also, when you're on the dark web, just by being routed out a malicious exit node, you can get infected by malware. It gets injected into the traffic. It's also a proactive approach. Normally, when people investigate dark web and child crimes, it's more of a reactive, so they have to have a case that's opened. So when you're connecting to the Tor network, here's an example of that evil node where you can get routed through it and get that malware injected. So we don't need to do this all when you're in Project Hades. This is how we do it in the background, which keeps you safe. A lot of services running. We got scrapers, we got data ingestion, etc. So here's our dashboard. So this is how the data is presented to you. Each one of these little squares here is a little, it's a different piece of evidence that can give you different insights. So you can investigate each one of these individually. On the left, you'll see I'll get my laser pointer. You can see right here, different investigate, cryptocurrency, email, SSH, JavaScripts, etc. Here's also the top 10 for some of the selectors. So we also act as somewhat of a search engine. So you can compare us to the Google of the dark web, where currently nothing's really being indexed on the dark web except for by people that do stuff like this. We can do network analysis by exporting. A lot of similarities in between all these sites. One of the main things is they start with the same stuff, like video CP. So this is what you call a vanity URL. It's more like a branding, like Coca-Cola. So you can actually track Coca-Cola sites, but there's usually only one, or there could be mirrors, or there could be different languages, or they could be in different countries. So this is similar to that. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see all these abbreviations. So jailbait, I abbreviate as JB. It kind of helps you by not seeing the keywords, but you can actually scroll over these pages, another page, and that's how many entities we found with, hundreds of different sites. It's just never ending. So we can do keyword analysis. The categories, that's done automatically through our NLP. So you got the website titles, you got the descriptions, keywords, and content keywords on the page. So you can take those, you can run them through keyword lists, and you can decide a category. This one, it's pretty obvious. It's child abuse material. Just by those. You can also leave notes. We do this for deconfliction purposes. And then there's also manual tags. So if you're able to validate what it is on a page, we tag it. We tag it manually. Also, here's a screenshot of that dark website. You're going to see a crypto address. You're going to see email addresses. You're going to see amounts. You're also going to see QR codes and all this other stuff. So this is evidence. This is basically you're confirming this site is related to child abuse without seeing any pictures. We can do pivoting and analysis. So take an email address. You want to see where else is that found. You just click on it. It's going to pivot the entire dark web. Same with cryptocurrency. You can do that. You can discover payment systems through JavaScripts. I'll show you an example of that. SSH keys, so you can tie administrators to servers based on that. Same with IP addresses. Lots of ways you can tag them and figure out what the site's all about. You can do reverse analytics. So Google Analytics will take it. We'll see what sites we're able to collect that Google Analytics from on the dark web. You'll see it's like 75 sites here. Then we can pivot to the public internet. We see different metadata because this is a reverse lookup, and we can see where else is that Google Analytics found on the public internet. Same with SSH keys. We can probe the port 22. We can see what the SSH key is. We can find other sites that are linked to that. So here you have cocaine, you got drugs, you got hackers, you got pedos, you got just about everything in this network. But you pivot to the public internet. It's much easier to investigate on the internet than it is the dark web. Sometimes so, sometimes not. But, a lot of the time use the same selectors. There's no really IPs on the dark net unless you're talking about, well, what's in the code, what's it pointing to, etc. So here's an example of that payment widget. So we found pay_button.js in a page. We're looking at that. We see it's on right here. There's like 40 some hundred. Now there's 10,600 since found this. So you'll see on the site, accept Bitcoin payments in your e-commerce store. Each online sale is deposited directly in your wallet. No KYC documentation required. So that's a little sketchy. You shouldn't really see stuff like that because if you're facilitating payments, you should be compliant. You should, know your customer. We can also take that data. We can run it through Maltego, and then we can split it up based on different categories. So I'm able, you see all these lines right here. Well, that's all the other 10,000 ones. But this pay button, if I want to see, well, which ones are related to CSAM and have the same title, boom, I'm able to filter these out. So there's 81 of these sites that are related to CSAM. You can also export the data and work with it and run queries and do reports, and then we can see something that's pretty cool. So right here, I filtered out so I dumped it into a spreadsheet. There's the CSAM categories and different cells, and then you actually can get some of them ceased because, you know, a lot of work, but, you know, it happens. Cryptocurrency dashboard. We integrate with about a dozen different blockchain forensics and analytics providers. So you can see the little stats here. You can see where that appears on the dark web, and then you can just click on an external lookup, which will bring you to directly the page in the blockchain forensics apps without having to, you know, search anything. So here's some of the products that we integrate with. You know, CipherTrace, Chainalysis, Clue, CoinFirm, Merkle Science, Breadcrumbs, Bitcoin Who's Who, Bitfury. Those are some of the big companies. There's also more. Oh, I didn't update this one, but there's Elementis, Elliptic, Bitcoin Abuse, and Chain.ai. There's Crystal Blockchain. There's TRM Labs that were supposed to go here. So lots of different companies that we work with. We also automate some of the advanced investigative techniques. You'll see welcome to video that was taken down. It was one of the most prevalent ones at the time. But IRS Criminal Investigation Division, they found an IP address in the code. You know, long story short, they were able to get a subpoena, find the address, boot down the door, seize the dark web server and his devices, arrest him, charge him, and, you know, people go to jail. So Google IP map, we also can take those IPs, we can pop them out on a map, we can click on one of these markers, we can see all the information associated with that dark website and the IP. Once we click on this, it's going to go to the Onion dashboard and give you all the other information you need. We can also run it through location intelligence. It's a more advanced IP address system. It's third party, but we're able to find different stuff like device IDs and device OS. We can see right here, we might be able to pivot and figure out how we can rescue a child or maybe children involved here. Based on this heat map, I would say this device is connecting to a wireless access point in here, which in turn the dark web server is probably in here. That's what I'm thinking on this particular case. We also have an API. It allows you to integrate this functionality into other applications. We have different ones, different integrations that we've been doing with different data, you know, whether it be CSI Linux, that beta's out now. We got Maltego. We got Threat Quotient, Polarity. Threat Quotient's more of a security operations center. Polarity is more like a Maltego. And Block Trace Fusion is more like integrating multiple blockchain forensics companies into one. Here's an example of a Maltego transform. You can just graph it all out. It's pretty cool. You can do the link analysis and see how everything connects. You can work with cryptocurrency or emails or onion sites. Here's the Block Trace Fusion. You'll see there's us. You got CipherTrace. You got Elliptic. You got other data partners. The point of this is to aggregate data because not all blockchain forensics companies have the same data. So what you're looking for by querying multiple is these data gaps. We can also do data modeling. We can take this data from the dark web. We can take our crypto data, IP data, different location data, breach data, forensics data, and other financial data. We can dump that all into one repository. We can index certain things like phone numbers the same in 2 or more data sets, index them because you want the corresponding info from all of them. We'll do one case study, and then I think we ran out of time after this. But, again, we do the manual analysis of these sites. What are the keywords saying? Does it say jailbait? Does it say Lolita? Does it say those keywords related to child abuse? Or, is it something else? We usually skip them because we got so much data coming in regarding child abuse. And we're finding so much every month that we're not able to keep up with what's coming in. We're still working on the old stuff. So it's a little concerning. Again, we're trying to get law enforcement in here globally. We got packs of students. We got dark webathons. So we got events focusing on this. And it's just making a small dent. But, every dent works. So, once we review the selectors on this case, we see an email, we see Bitcoin addresses, and we see images. So those are three things that we can target and exploit. Do a link analysis. It's all over the place. You can see different sites, PedoHub. You can see Video CP. You can see all the crypto addresses. It's a rather beefy network. You want to call it that? Hold on, I need to get my mouse. There we go. So you can target the email addresses. Again, we're just saying, where is this email address found? So we can also click on this little button. It'll bring open the Proton Mail information. See that this is a valid email. This is when it was created. Here's your PGP public key. You do the manual tags. You add the notes. You see the appearances. You can run it through Maltego. And from that one particular email address, I built out this massive network. So you can see there's Bitcoin, images, Dogecoin, SSH fingerprints, categories, Monero, website titles, email addresses, etc. We can also use our API. You can target the crypto address. So I just run that crypto address through. I'm going to see all of the appearances on which dark websites. Now, again, this is a vanity URL, Video CP, which stand for video child porn. But we can target those. We can zoom in on the graph for Maltego. You can see one email address provides different linkages on these onion addresses, Monero, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, images, but the full graph is right here. You can see how large these networks can get and how everything links to each other. You can zoom in on the image clusters, double click on them, go to properties. You're going to see the MD5, the SHA-1, the SHA-256 hash. You're going to see a link to Project Hades. You're going to see EXIF data. Now, what is EXIF data? EXIF data is picture metadata. So majority of the times it's scrubbed out of child abuse material, but you can also find things like author or GPS coordinates or camera serial number, which can help within the investigation. You can search by a hash. So let's look up the hash in there, and then what do we see? We'll see 433, or in this case, this one's 189 results. You can look at the image dashboard. You can see more details when it was first seen. You can see if the EXIF data is any useful. You got your paint.net version. That's about it. You can do hash comparisons. I like to do with NCMEC. So where you can see, oh, look, identified child 7, identified child 3, identified child 1, identified child 4. So these are ones that already been identified. There's also some risk that they're unidentified. So you can see recognized hash values and you can see unrecognized. So recognized were submitted before, unrecognized were never submitted before. So it could be a little concerning, especially right here. You see unrecognized 99. So why is only one visible out of this? It was never submitted before. So this one's concerning too. You might want to look into that batch. So just do a summary on that. We identified an onion address related to CSAM, discovered the selectors, email, cryptocurrency, and images. We performed a basic link graph analysis. We targeted the email, located 61 sites that email was on. We got the PGP key, validated it, graphed out the entity with Maltego, uncovering the large CSAM network, identified images that were validated through NCMEC as identified child. We discovered same image on 189 sites, and we checked out the EXIF data. I think we're only doing one case study for today. How much time do we have left? Do we have somebody in chat here? $10 minutes left, so we'll do one more. This one's PedoHub. So this is our second case study. You'll see right here, we got another email, opva.access@secmail.pro. Okay, OPVA is Onion Pedo Video Archive. You can see we tagged it as CSAM. There's tons of 153 results. So you can take that email address, you can go through it, you can do a keyword search. So where does PedoHub show up? So PedoHub shows up on 781 sites. And I've ran, and I ran it through other systems before. I got up to 500,000 results. So it's pretty prevalent on the dark web. When you're doing blockchain forensics, it's really important to have a case. So prior to me reporting that, all of these were green. So instead of red 10. So red 10 means criminal. So I created multiple cases. There was multiple sites. I was able to, differentiate between buyers and sellers here. I was able to trace the funds, but you got different things. You got a cluster, you got an entity. So the cluster of this was 20 of them right here. So I was able to add multiple clusters together. And what that is, it's called a grouping. And a cluster is normally tied to the same private key, but in order for, reporting and analytics and investigating that entity, sometimes it's needed to group it. So we can see sequence views. Whenever somebody sweeps empty all these wallets and consolidates into one, I call that a sweep transaction. But it's also a really good way to discover, well, that person must have access to the private key because they emptied all these wallets at once, which would mean all these are public keys based on the same private key. So we know there's one owner anyway. They dump it out and forward it to this one. But if you look at the cluster view, you can kind of see the same thing. You got all these things dangling on the outside. This blue one's an exchange. So submit KYC or submit a subpoena to get the KYC data, boot down the door, etc. You can see how you can follow the funds out of the circle. Here's a time-lapse view. I like these because it kind of shows you, well, who made the payment first, and then second, third, fourth, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. And then this 15th square is dumping all those funds here. So boom, you can investigate all these buyers, and then you can investigate the flow of funds for this seller. This is what it looks like when we get it attributed in CoinFirm. So it's a little different. So I take the same data, I send it to CoinFirm. Score here's 99, which is the highest. It's a crime against person. Multiple risks identified here. There's dark web stuff, and then there's also mixers and washers. Allows other language spoken person to join the organization. That's fine as long as you can communicate and we can speak some English, or you can use Google Translator or something. It doesn't matter if English is not your first language. Definitely, as long as we can communicate a little bit, though. And boom, questions or comments on those two. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm an open book. If I can't tell you, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Larry. I know also, Matt, both of you did, great, presentation about ATII in general, its mission, and also how an ATII actually utilize technology to assist and also the other organizations and law enforcement to locate the potential the cryptocurrency used in human trafficking cases. What I like to do is that there are a couple of questions from audience. So what I like, but before I do anything, I also like to have very simple questions before taking the audience questions. Larry, you demonstrated the project Haze. For those people who may not experience mass data platforms that you sort of showed during your demonstration project Haze, and those who may not familiar with some of the technology or tools, for example, Multigo and some of the link analysis that you also showed, which is very, very impressive. My first question is that you said that, and I think the Matt also mentioned that you provided some kind of, the training for those individuals and organizations, as well as you taking interns. So my first question is that how typical is that somebody who is get into your training programs, if there is any training programs, what kind of pre-qualification qualification do they need to take a year training programs?
Should be a technical course, any cybersecurity courses, anything related to law enforcement. A lot of different ones. I mean, we even had database ones and data analytics. We had, probably at least over a dozen different courses. But the internship I do, it's more technical. So you just need to have a little technical background.
Okay, thank you. So since you mentioned about the internship, I think I'd like to ask this question to Matt. So one of the audience asked, is your internship is remote? For example, I'd like to just say that some of people may not know our audience for this conference. We have over 1,200 people registered, and also from 66 different countries. So the question here obviously was that is your internship remote, or even your internship can be from another country?
And I'll ask Larry for his thought on it, but as I'm well aware that the majority, if not all, of the internship program, Larry, am I correct, is remote?
100% remote.
Perfect. Okay, that's good.
And if I may add one thing to the earlier question too about the language piece, as Larry mentioned, if we can communicate, Larry and I are both very comfortable and familiar and used of working with people where English is is a second language or a third language in many cases. So we are used to that, and we do find ways to work together. It's not a full-on barrier, provided we can communicate to a reasonable extent.
Thank you. So the header Japanese question was that can an internship with the ATII be remote, in which you just answered. Thank you so much. There are also a couple of questions the next question is from Claire Kim. You stated that your organization, ATII, used the AI in our analytics. Without giving away trade secrets, can you speak to the AI aspects of your applications?
Yeah, so generally when we're doing AI, we're looking for certain things. So we'll take a data set, we will ingest the data, we will then enrich it with other APIs. But we're enriching it with other APIs so we can kind of tell the difference, and we need to know what those differences mean. So, for example, what if I put in a phone number? I might want to see, well, is this a landline or is it wireless or is it a VoIP phone or is it, some other method? So, cell phones are different. They're always tied to a provider. Same with home phones, but home phones are static. Wireless devices move around. VoIP phones can be a bit of anything. So, you might want to put a higher risk to the VoIP because a lot of the time law enforcement won't even submit the subpoena. It's just too complicated. So, that way we can ingest a phone number, find 3 different results, and then treat them differently. You have to actually program this into the AI. The AI is not smart. You're smart. You need to break it down. You need to go through the data. You have to, let's say if you had 100 different cases you're investigating. So let's say you do those 100 cases manually. You're going to notice, well, these 30 were the same. These 20 were the same. These 10 were the same. These another 20% the same. Then you have this 10% that you're going through that's left that it's like, well, what are these? So you have to actually go through them and say, well, this is different because of this aspect. And then you're going to find all those little 10% or 5% ones that you need to fine tune. That's the real intelligence, not going and resolving a bulk of 30 or 20%. It's going through that remaining 10% and making sure you're 100% accurate on your first model. Until that works, then you're not going to get results. You're not going to get accuracy. You're going to get a lot of confusion. You're not going to be able to train on it properly, because if you train on those first 100 and especially the remaining 10, the people you're training, they're going to be experts because they went through it end to end. So the real intelligence in AI is the people who are doing it.
Thank you. I think I like your the phrase that AI is not that smart. You are smart. I think that's today's catchphrase. I like that. We have another question from Heather. How does one apply for an internship at ATII?
Matt,
Just
you want to answer that?
email to you. Okay.
I'll let you take this one, Larry. You're the man with the internship program. If you're good to go.
So really, all we do is you fill out a form, you submit your resume, you fill out an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. We'll schedule a call if we have some time. Hopefully, if there's a school doing it, we can do group calls of 10 or 20. But we have a lot of interns. It's we've been so busy last year, it's kind of hard to keep up. But in the past 2 years, I think we had over 100 interns.
Oh.
So,
okay.
We love interns. They help do projects. You can always see which ones are better than the others. Even Utica one time, they paid for their students to take the internship. And I was like, this is the best ever, because we're a nonprofit. We're not able to pay them. But sometimes the school will step up and do that, and it just makes it the best because they're actually working really hard to get these projects done.
Yeah, well, thanks again for your clarification how someone applied the interns, and I can tell that some of my students who had an internship with ATII, they said, like, for example, they never learned anything about Multigo. I mean, we're not really teaching very particular software in our class, most of the time. But during the internship, she mentioned that I'm so glad that I learned about the Multigo, the applications, and also the Lincoln. I mean, so there are a lot of things the students, learned throughout those, internship, the ATI I provide. I appreciate for your, again, the guardianship for our students. One last question, because you are running out of time. Um, Same is true that a lot of individuals interested in applying the internship at ATII, but what about international organizations who are really interested in be part of ATII? As I said earlier, we have the people from 66 different countries from this particular conference. So how they can actually reach out to be a partner or become a membership if there is any consortium?
They can fill out the form on the website, or even better, they can email me, Larry at followmoneyfightslavery.org, and I'll direct them to the right person or let them know what they need.
Thank you again. I think we just time's up for next session. Again, I really appreciate for your time and such a wonderful presentation for both Larry and Matt. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chris, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. What a fascinating presentation. Super technical in many ways, but a lot of people in this conference, of course, have that background, and really appreciate Matt and Larry sharing that information. You guys do great work, and it's so important. So thank you, and thank you, Dr. Chu, for moderating. We'll take a short 10-minute break, roughly. We'll come back at 3, and we'll join Dr. Chu once again and his guests, Dr. Richard Brooks, Dr. Donald Rabovich, and Mr. Kareem Rajwani, who will present on crypto use in human trafficking. We look forward to seeing you back. Take care. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Third Annual International White Hat Conference. Our final group panel for today will be speaking to us about crypto use in human trafficking, hosted again by Dr. Kyung-shick, who will once again be acting as moderator and discussant for our guest panel, comprised of Dr. Richard Brooks, Dr. Donald Rabovich, and Mr. Kareem Rajwani. At the completion of our guest presentations, Dr. Chu will host a short Q&A session. Dr. Richard Brooks is a professor of ECE at Clemson University and CTO of DANAID's NGO. He's part of the Africavitas NGO. He received a PhD in computer science from Louisiana State University and a BA in mathematical science from Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Brooks also studied operations research at the Conservatoire National des Arts et Métiers in Paris, France. He's fluent in German and French. His research has been sponsored by U.S. Department of Defense, NIST, Department of State, NSF, and BMW. His security research works to advance freedom of expression. He's a senior member of the IEEE and has authored numerous books. Dr. Brooks' research, funded by the U.S. Department of State, developed secure communication tools being used by activists and journalists avoiding repression by authoritarian regimes. Dr. Brooks' research on computer network security has been sponsored by ONR, DARPA, ARO, AFOSR, NIST, U.S. Department of State, NSF, U.S. Department of State, and BMW Manufacturing Corporation. Dr. Ravovich is a distinguished professor of criminal justice at Utica University and the executive director of the Center for Identity Management and Information Protection. Dr. Ravovich previously served as research director for the National White Collar Crime Center, NW3C, and the American Prosecutors Research Institute of the National District Attorneys Association. At NW3C, he was responsible for directing the national analysis of Internet crime report data generated by the FBI's Internet Fraud Complaint Center and directing the National Public Survey on White Collar Crime Program. Dr. Ravovich served in the New Jersey Attorney General's Division of Criminal Justice for 10 years. His background includes research in identity crime characteristics, economic crime victimization, white collar crime prosecution, protected health information, human trafficking, and multi-jurisdictional drug task force development, and has authored numerous books. He received his BS in criminal justice from the College of New Jersey and received his MA and PhD from Rutgers University. Kareem Rajwani is currently the Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer at Scotiabank, leading the bank's financial crime remediation activities, including transaction monitoring, client risk, screening, and policy and governance. Mr. Rajwani also has global responsibility for anti-money laundering threat intelligence, as well as the strategic planning, project management office, and AML solution delivery. Mr. Rajwani has 40 years of risk management, compliance, audit, and financial accounting experience. He was a member of the Advisory Council on National Security for the Office of the Prime Minister of Canada between 2009 and 2012. And he created and co-chaired the Canadian chapter of the Association of Certified Anti-Money Specialists and is a member of the advisory boards of ACAMS, the Noble, and the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative. Mr. Rajwani is a chartered accountant in Canada and the UK. Once again, Dr. Chu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris, for your kind introduction. Again, my name is Kyung-shick Chiu. I am professor of criminal justice and financial crime programs at Utica University, upstate New York. This session is sort of, more specific, interest in human trafficking areas. This is the members to today's presentation in this session all come from the special interest group, which is crypto use in human trafficking. So I'm so glad to introduce my friends and colleagues of the members of the cryptocurrency in human trafficking special interest group. So let me just give a brief introduction about this special interest group. Among many other groups out there, those people who are really concerned about the rapid change of a particular crime, which is, again, a very traditional aspects of human trafficking, is just someone who is sort of, targeted and transferred from one nation to another, or many different, areas from one place to another if it is in the same country. So it's more about in person, and the people who are really investigating this case is more about the process and the concern about physical abuse, emotional abuse, and some other aspects of the criminal activities in the process of human trafficking. It is relatively recent that we found cryptocurrency has been used online child sexual exploitation in market, the dark web marketplace. And as you see in the just in the previous session about ATII's Project Hate demonstration, there's a tremendous data out there and platforms to locate the potential, the sort of the criminals who will explore the young children who are on online, or the many child sexual exploitatory images and video clips and etc. So we are very concerned about the human trafficking, but cryptocurrency use in dark web marketplace. So our mission as a special interest group is try to research and understand financial crime connections of cryptocurrency in human trafficking and child sexual exploitation. And in order to help us to understand how the cryptocurrency has been used, it's not just private sectors, but also we need a public sectors get together. And especially those technology that has been used, the blockchain technology community, financial systems, and law enforcement agencies globally. The special interest group is independent research group to guide the decision making and policy decisions in human trafficking and child sexual exploitation globally. We have as the initial members of a special interest group 13 individuals representing 9 different institutions. 4 of them are higher education, the colleges and universities, and also private sectors and the NGOs, and the consulting firms and the banking industry. So what we try to do is that we try to distribute what is knowledge through the conference and research and publications, and we do have the quarterly e-newsletters about particular the events like 2022 White Hat Conference, the specialized the groups and their forums. That will be sort of our main sort of purpose of distribute these knowledges among the people who are interested in and contributes their talents and their efforts in and stop human trafficking in dark websites, especially using the cryptocurrency. We also do have some of the interest in the developments of the training, as you've seen the ATII's Project Hate training. By the way, ATII is also part of the SIG, the Special Interest Group, the initial member. So we try to develop some other training programs, how the cryptocurrency has been used, especially in child sexual exploitation in online formats. So that's what this the group panel will sort of introduce. Each member will share their background and also the specialty they have done, and also contributes to human trafficking in cyberspace. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Richard Brooks, who is at the professor at the Clemson University. Richard.
Okay, hi. You can share the slides too when you're ready. Okay, my name is Richard Brooks. Next slide. Yeah, I'm a professor of computer engineering at Clemson. I teach computer network security. And as mentioned earlier, my security research has been funded by basically all the branches of the Department of Defense, NSF, NIST, the Department of State, BMW, and also the European Union. Next slide. And actually, before I got my PhD, I worked with Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty in Munich and Paris, with the French Stock Exchange in Paris, and then after that, with the World Bank European office, I supported their network throughout, actually from Delhi to the Atlantic coast of Africa. I'm doing a lot of work with technology transition of distributed ledgers, working with the French Danaid NGO with humanitarian aid tracking with DLTs. Also, I had an NSF project on certifying academic honesty with DLTs, and currently have an NSF project with a company where we are developing ontologies where we can provide information on the different smart contracts on Ethereum. I'm working with IEEE standards committees, and I'm an associate editor of DLT journal. Next slide. What I'm going to be talking about is the technologies that are most relevant for money laundering. And the main thing, this first slide is talking only about Bitcoin, and the transactions the transaction addresses are signed hashes of public keys, so that the currency can only be retrieved by the person who has the private key that's associated with the public key. It's important to note that this is pseudonymous and not anonymous, which is the transactions go to assumed names, but it's not hidden. The best practice with Bitcoin would be that you're using a different key pair for each transaction that you make, so that when you transfer money, when you receive money from 3 different people, it would have 3 different addresses to make it more difficult to say who you are. There's also a thing called the coin join, which mixes multiple transactions, usually from multiple users. And so that makes it then more difficult to say who's sending money to who, so that I could, I have a transaction that I want to make, and then Dr. Chu would have a transaction, and somebody else would have a transaction they want to make. We would all put money in, and then the money would be sent out, and it just makes it a little bit more difficult to follow what's going on with that. There have lately been success with tracking the Bitcoin transactions, notably with ransomware funds. This last year, the DOJ was able to claw back some of those funds and give them back to the people that were extorted. Recently, there was a rapper that was arrested for having stolen about $4 billion in crypto coins. And I really like the 2021 ruling of the DC District Court, which quoted the Big Lebowski. So cryptocurrency and related software analytics tools are the wave of the future, dude, 100% electronic. Also in March of this year, there's a klepto capture task force that started using cryptocurrency tracing and analytics to help fight ways of using cryptocurrency to get around sanctions. Obviously, Russia and Iran have been investing a lot of resources into finding different ways around sanctions, and cryptocurrencies are more friendly for that than the banking system. Note that while the transaction addresses are hidden, ingress and egress to the network is not. So that, except for if everything stayed crypto, it would be harder to trace, but money goes in and you'll want to get the money out at some point. And so where the money enters or where the money is stolen is there, and then that can be tracked, and you can have a line from the transaction to where the money was taken out of the network. And typically that's how they're catching a lot of the people, right? You can find who withdrew the money from the blockchain, and then you can trace it back to the original crime. Go to the next slide. One of the more common technologies for trying to hide the transactions are called mixers or tumblers. And so those are online services. They take funds from many users. They send them through multiple transactions before returning laundered coins to the client. And so the idea is to take a lot of money, mix it together, and then make it harder to follow. Again, most of the people that would be doing this would be criminals. So, so if you're somebody involved with child pornography, you would be mixing your money with Iranian Russian money laundering and drugs. And I don't know how actually successful that will be for you. I've always considered that many of them are likely to be scams, right? They always suggest that you try a few small transactions first. But again, if the idea is to take large sums of money and then do something strange with them, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it gets lost. I have references there to like 4 of the ones that are most easily found. And in May 2022, the DOJ sanctioned the Blender mixer, which it was used by North Korean Lazarus Group to launder funds. So there's a limit to how successful that is. Next slide. And now we're going to go into the different privacy coins. So these are the different coins that have been created to make it more difficult to trace money. Dash, actually, I found out about Dash when I was at a human rights conference, and the person that I started talking to, who was sitting next to me, explained that he and his partner were doing tech support for the medical marijuana industry in California. And so for legalized cannabis, they're using a lot of cryptocurrency technologies because they're not allowed to have bank accounts because it's still a federal crime. Dash started out as Xcoin, then it became Darkcoin, and now it's become Dash. It's the 70th largest currency. Dash stands for digital cash, and they're trying to calm down their previous reputation as being a coin for drugs. They're used a lot by legalized cannabis cultivators. They use proof of work consensus, so you do a lot of hashing, and the algorithm that they have for that is X11, which does 11 rounds of hashing. As a technologist, I have to admit that since a hash is supposed to be a mapping to a random number, doing that 11 times seems to me to be really overkill. There are 2 versions or 2 ways of using Dash. The first one's called Instant Send, which is roughly Bitcoin. The second one's called Private Send, and what it does is basically take every transaction and send it through the equivalent of multiple mixers before any transaction happens. So the coins go through multiple mixing rounds managed by multiple different master nodes, and that's just a part of the underlying system. So Dash is sort of like a much stronger version of the mixers and tumblers. The next slide is Monero. Monero is the 30th largest cryptocurrency, and it was designed to make the transactions untraceable. It's derived from a system that was written up called CryptoNode. As of 2017, the transaction values are encrypted, and each user has two key pairs, and the sender will generate a randomized public key, a stealth address, from two public keys of the receiver. And there's a thing called ring signatures for accepting funds. So it groups a lot of public keys together, and when the transaction is made, the receiver is not clear from the information that's stored on the ledger. And so again, the receiver is unclear, and the amount of the transactions are also hidden. So that makes it more challenging to trace this one. Since Monero is tied a lot to illicit markets, many exchanges will refuse to work with Monero because they see it as being problematic. It also uses the Dandelion++ protocol, which hides the IP addresses that are being used. Dandelion is also used with Zcoin and some others that we're going to talk about. And the graphic I have there is a Monero marketing material. Next slide. Zero knowledge proofs are a technique for proving knowledge without proving that you possess knowledge without revealing what the knowledge is. So usually that's an interactive computer protocol where one party can pose challenges, that's the verifier, and the other party has to respond appropriately. The other party is the prover. And typically the verifier it's assumed they have some limited amount of computation. So for example, it's assumed that the verifier is not NSA or anything like that. For any application, the zero knowledge proof has to be handcrafted. There's not like a general approach for that. It's a class of protocols, but you have to create one specifically for what you're doing with it. The cryptocurrencies use non-interactive zero knowledge proofs, and the non-interactive zero knowledge proofs, both parties have to have a randomized input. For example, you can have like the hash of the last block of a blockchain, and that would be suitable for that. One problem with that is non-interactive. Okay, the normal zero knowledge proofs would be deniable, which would be that the prover could prove to the verifier that they have the knowledge, but if a third party was recording the transactions, the prover could say, I wasn't doing anything, but the non-interactive ones are not deniable. You can prove what's happening. Monero uses what's called bullet proofs to prove that transactions occurred, and Zcash, the next coin that we're going to be talking about, uses what's called ZK snarks. Go over to the next one. Okay, Zcoin was the first coin in this class of coins. It was designed by a master's student at Johns Hopkins. I like referring to Johns Hopkins since I got my bachelor's there. And it uses zero knowledge proofs to basically create each new transaction in a way that it's like it was a new coin. The Zcoin zero knowledge proofs have some performance limitations, which were overcome with the next generation, Zcash, known as ZEC. Zcash is the 41st largest cryptocurrency. Zcoin is the 590th. Zcash is from the same people at Johns Hopkins, and it's based on a class of zero knowledge proofs, succinct non-interactive argument of knowledge. And Zcash has two classes. Like Dash had two classes, Zcash has two classes. The first one would be storing the Zcash in a transparent pool, and that's roughly Bitcoin. The other one is having a shielded pool, which uses the zero knowledge proof addresses to give more privacy to the transactions. The Zcash proofs are much smaller than the Zcoin ones and more powerful. One drawback with Zcash is there's a small amount of currency, 4% in the shielded pool, which is a vulnerability. Since there's such a small amount of currency that's put in the shielded pool, it becomes easier to use side channels, cash being put in and cash being taken out, as a way of doing the links to find out who is doing what. In essence, it should not be clear who's doing the transactions, but since there's such a small number of transactions occurring, if there's only one person putting money in this month and only one person taking money out this month, you have a good hint as to what's going on. Zcash makers claim that it's not meant for illegal use, and they say that you could do auditing, but only with client cooperation. That's somewhat questionable. Okay, so the next slide, which would be the conclusions of it. So I went through the most important private coins and techniques, just a quick overview. There are others that exist, such as Mimblewimble, Grin, and Beam, but they're less influential and less widely used. The use of private coins probably violates some of the financial laws. I would think know your client laws would be tough to guarantee with it. And then the other thing is structuring to avoid having your transactions traced. I think that there's a good case for saying that if you're using Zcash, you're using it to keep your transactions from being recorded. Maybe I'm weird. And the weak point is more often operational security rather than the cryptography, right? The cryptography is strong, but our ability to program properly and to keep secrets is somewhat limited. Demand for these technologies is strong, and it's only going to grow. And I will stop my presentation here, so we'll have time for questions later. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. That's such a wonderful presentation. Most of people who are very much interested in the technology, cryptocurrency, they usually look at Bitcoins or Ethereum's, the most popular cryptocurrencies. But as Richard just introduced, some of the coins, dark coins, it's very, very, it was designed as the way it is to, untraceable or extremely difficult to trace, which as just, Richard introduced that Dash or Monero or Gcoin or Zcash. So if those who are really want to launder their money through the cryptocurrency, and they're more likely to get into. So this is the area that a lot of law enforcement agencies have a lack of knowledge and understanding, and that's what sort of even though it's a brief overview of these dark coins, I think it is time for us to sort of recognize the characteristics of these dark coins and how these money launderers have used that. Through these, cryptocurrencies, rather than well-known cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoins and Ethereum. Our next speaker is Karim Lawaz. He is sort of introduce us about the financial transactions. Because the cryptocurrency, if it is a part of a payment system, and it's obviously used in what called a dark web marketplace to purchase or the trade some of drugs or the online child sexual exploitation materials. The Karim will share his expertise in the financial institutions and their efforts to prevent and detect some of these, the currencies that has been used in dark website. What's the role of the current financial institutions and their efforts? So without further ado, Karim.
Great, thank you very much. We can just move to the let's move to the next slide. Okay, I think and I won't spend a lot of time on the first few slides. You can read up on these, and I'll put the sources at the bottom. It's important to know what is the problem you're solving for. There is no one form of human trafficking, as you can see, and there's no one form of child sexual exploitation. So it's really important to know what is it you're solving for, because the financial patterns will be different. And the techniques used to identify them will be different. From a human trafficking perspective, sexual exploitation is probably the largest, followed by forced labor. Next slide. Okay, so this is a $150 billion industry, primarily driven by sex and then followed by forced labor, about 66% from sex trafficking. That leaves a financial pattern. So, the message would be, well, I'm not sure what I can do as a financial institution. This is probably one of the fastest growing criminal activities, and in the top 5 profitable. So that must leave a financial pattern either through crypto or some of the other payment channels. Next slide. Now, depending on the region you are in, the form of trafficking will be different. And it's important to know and understand that, so you know what you're solving for. It's not always sex trafficking. It could be labor trafficking or some other form of trafficking. All of this research and data is available publicly. Next slide. Okay. Now, what we do know is there's been a significant increase in human trafficking and child sexual exploitation. For example, human trafficking in 2011 was a $32 billion industry. In 2018, it's about $150 billion. And this is just what we know about, right? We don't know what we don't know, so it's probably much, much bigger. Significant increase in social media gaming sites to exploit children. So this is, confirmed by many, many independent agencies. As I mentioned, there's no one form of trafficking or exploitation. Therefore, the techniques we use will be different. One area which is often ignored is child sexual exploitation is not always for profit. And therefore, there will be no financial pattern. And these are typically, you join a club by contributing pitches to a club, and you get pitches in return. Unfortunately, that's where financial institutions will not have a heavy role to play, but certainly the internet service providers, can contribute to that. One of the things, that I've discovered is traditional monitoring techniques are not effective at identifying human trafficking or child sexual exploitation. We really do need more advanced techniques, which we'll talk about. Traditional techniques, what I mean is, the rules-based system. They tend not to identify a huge number of false positives and very little success. Now, there's a huge focus on ESG, environmental, social, and governance, and a huge amount of regulatory attention on human trafficking. For example, the FinCEN has put this as its 2022 priorities. Next slide. Now, as I mentioned, a number of different reports have identified, now moving specifically to crypto, the Government Accountability Office has identified the use of crypto in human trafficking and drug trafficking. The largest ever DOJ case there, you see over 250,000 videos were seized. FinCEN, which is sort of the SAR reporting agency in the US, has identified crypto as a method of payment in addition to cash, prepaid cards, mobile payments. The message there is it'll be not just one form of payment, it'll be multiple forms of payment. It'll be the low value, low frequency, low value, high frequency type payments. Also, in addition to the crypto firms and the exchanges, don't forget about the third-party processors. IMEC, the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, again, you see the increases in child sexual exploitation. The dark websites, over 200% increase in that. Similarly, independent vendors have sort of done analysis. Again, massive increases in the use of crypto. And then Polaris, a well-known NGO in the US. Crypto was the second most commonly used method of payment on 40 platforms which offered commercial sex. Next slide. Won't go through this. Again, the key message here is just a significant increase. Next slide. Now, Dr. Brooks talked about sort of the various forms, so I'll skip this because it's already been covered. Next slide. Okay. What can financial institutions do? This is from the Noble. From an institution perspective, it's really important that there's going to be the right tone at the top. It flows down from the tone at the top to make sure there are appropriate policies, training, risk assessments, a transparent culture. And if that is there, then staff will be engaged, and projects like this can be funded. Monitor and report on direct risks. This has got to be a proactive risk assessment of your client base, of your supplier, of your supply chains. So it's really going to be proactive. That leads to the third point. You've got to know the companies you invest in, the companies you buy from, the companies the clients you take on, and what risk do they present from a human trafficking perspective, sex trafficking, labor trafficking, and then detect and disrupt. I'll talk more about this, and then work collaboratively with NGOs. So let's take that and drill down one level further. Next slide. Okay, some really simple things you can do, right? For human trafficking, for child sexual exploitation, adverse media screening. There's lots of adverse media on individuals arrested, charged, prosecuted. Use the data, look at their accounts, look at the financial patterns. There is valuable intelligence in the financial activity that you can give law enforcement agencies. You can give connected parties. So, these are low-hanging fruits. Leverage external data sets. ATII, you heard Larry and Matt. Use those data sets, particularly around crypto. Financial institutions do not have that type of information. There are other organizations, Stop the Traffic has data on human trafficking. And there are vendors who provide a lot of adverse media. Use that data. Another thing you can do, very simple, survivor accounts for traffic victims. Training of staff, frontline staff, investigators, even your data scientists. Unless you train them and educate them, you're really not going to begin to solve the problem. Another easy thing you can do, contribute to NGOs. Develop advanced analytic techniques. I'll show you that in a second. And then, if you want examples, please look up Project Shadow, Project Protect. The Noble is working on Project Umbra in the US. You can join the Noble's exercise on World Games Project. The European Bankers Alliance and Thomson Reuters Trust have a toolkit. I participated in the UN ODC toolkit for combating trafficking of persons. So there's a lot of toolkits available out there. Use and leverage them. Next slide. Now let's talk sort of more about virtual currencies. These are essentially financial services providers. Those of you familiar with the banking industry, we do a huge amount of due diligence on correspondent banks. We need similar due diligence processes over exchanges and virtual asset service providers. Right? Look at the activity at the customer level, not just one single transaction, and you will really not get a lot of intelligence out of one transaction, but look at the activity of a customer over a longer period of time, not a day, a month, a quarter, a year, to see what is going on. really not all virtual currencies are high risk, or if somebody uses a virtual currency, it's not automatically high risk and don't automatically file a SAR. That's been sort of the a knee-jerk reaction. Another area, which has been highlighted is excessive use of crypto ATMs. And that's sort of an easy one to sort of look at for. I've talked about enriching your data sets with external data sets and leveraging vendor data. There are vendors who focus in on crypto exchanges, blockchain analysis. All of this information is necessary for you to solve the problem, and you'll never solve the problem 100%. The objective here is take a step, let's move in the right direction. But you can make a significant contribution towards it. Look at Project Shadow, look at Project Shadow and Project Protect. You will see the massive difference that has made. Next slide. Larry and Matt went over this, so I won't go into this, but certainly look ATII up, look at their data sets, look what they have, and certainly leverage that. I've said that multiple times. It's particularly important from a crypto perspective, but also dark web data and intelligence. Typically, financial institutions don't have that, and they're reluctant to go get it themselves. But you've got it here on a platform which is also an intelligence platform. Next slide. Now, very quickly, I'm running out of time. This is what it looks like. You use a number of different techniques, traditional techniques, flow-through patterns, natural language processing, sex ad websites, network analysis and entity resolution, third-party data. So, if you begin to put all of this together, this is one example of a massage parlor or a group of massage parlors for illicit sex. And next slide. And if we look at sort of trafficking and child sexual exploitation, so this is a ring. No one individual is suspicious. No one activity type is suspicious, right? It's not until you connect the dots, put it together, and then look at it as a organized ring. On the right, you see males in the blue, the females in the red. The darker the color, the higher the risk and the payment channel they used. So it's as you can see, it's not just one payment channel, it's multiple payment channels. And when I say advanced modeling techniques, this is what's sort of needed to begin to identify. Can't give you numbers around this, but I can tell you it was incredibly powerful and incredibly successful. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Rajwani, again for your wonderful presentation from the beginning of the human trafficking and the link to financial institutions' efforts and how do you stop and some of the technology aspects. I'd like to, because we are running out of time, so I'd like to quickly introduce Dr. Rebovich for our last present of this session. Dr. Rebovich, are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay, I'm Don Rebovich. I'm from Utica University. I've been there since 2001, and for many years was the director of the Center for Identity Management and Information Protection. I'm going to keep my presentation brief, understanding the time constraints that we have. I don't have a PowerPoint, just me talking. But what I want to talk about is a couple of things related to human trafficking, the role of cryptocurrency, and crime displacement. And I think it's an important issue to keep in mind about what you do in one area with regard to crime control can actually lead to crime displacement. It's just moving crime. So I use two examples. One, is an example in South Korea. Professor Chu and I, a while back, worked on a study of intensive police crackdowns in South Korea's red light districts. Immediately followed the enactment of South Korea's 2004 anti-trafficking law. In the aftermath of this enforcement, the numbers of sex workers dropped dramatically, yet ironically, the number of reported sex trade cases rose. According to the criminal white paper of the Korean National Police Agency, the number of sex workers decreased by 46% in the first year of the law's enactment. However, at the same time, the number of reported sex trade cases started to escalate by over 600,000%. Crime displacement was the reason. Whatever the specific type, displacement is an adaptive response, and the result is the same. Crime is not prevented or controlled, but simply altered and formed, relocated, converted to a different target or victim, or delayed in some form. Now, I used that as an introduction to not another study, but the effect of enactment of laws in sex trafficking with regard to Sweden. In Sweden, the law prohibits the purchase of sexual services, and as part of a national focus on promoting national women's dignity and gender equality, Sweden enacted legislation in 1999 that prohibits gross violations of women's integrity. The law defines prostitution as a form of male violence toward women and girls. All prostituted women are considered to be victims of prostitution. Thus, the law only targets the buyers of the persons in prostitution. Since 2006, purchasing or attempting to purchase sexual services in Sweden constituted a criminal offense punishable by fines or up to 6 months imprisonment. This approach to sex trafficking as a form of violence against women has been successful in terms of decreasing the known trafficking cases, and led to international experts and NGOs advocating its adoption elsewhere, such as Denmark and Scotland. Now, what part does cryptocurrency play in this? Recently, the U.S. Government Accounting Office, GAO, produced a report. Virtual currencies are being used increasingly in human and drug trafficking, according to the report. Virtual currency analyzes the features that can attract criminals used to avoid detection when paying for illicit activities such as human and drug trafficking. As evidence, GAO points to a 5-fold increase in the number of suspicious activity reports filed with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, otherwise known as FinCEN, that involve virtual currency and drug trafficking. 1,432 cases in 2020, up from 252 cases in 2017. The study also cites 2020 figures from Polaris, a nonprofit organization knowledgeable about human trafficking, that virtual currency was the second most commonly accepted payment on 40 platforms in the online commercial sex market, which has been used to facilitate sex trafficking. Additionally, GAO notes that the Department of Justice is concerned regarding virtual currency and increase in the use of buying and selling illegal drugs on the dark web. So I won't go into that, the time constraints that we have, but I was going to go into the comparison of increases in that area regarding illegal drug trafficking and illegal human trafficking. And it's a main part of that reason why it's become so prolific is the use of virtual currency. So taking all this into account, it becomes clear the influence of cryptocurrency on criminal trafficking is extremely strong. It's especially profound in the area of human trafficking, where the ramifications are immense. It is because of this that special attention must be paid to this area for now and for the years to come. So that's sort of an abbreviated version of my presentation, knowing that we are in need of extra time. So I'll leave it right there and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you all. So I'd like you to make a very quickly summarize of the panels today because you are already time's up. So we're going to take only one question from audience. I have, a couple of questions actually lined up, but again, I'd like to sort of, quickly wrap it up. Thank you for, Richard, for your presentation. I like, my favorite film is actually Big Lebowski. So when you mentioned about, his film, that's sort of, connecting to what's really happening today, even though it was unexpected. Again, Karim, thank you so much for, your presentation, as a role and responsibility of financial institutions, what they can do throughout, their sort of, daily operation and transactions in terms of, a cryptocurrency and technology. And Don, appreciate that your criminological, like a theoretical concept about typically in-person human trafficking now moving to online platform. That does not mean that, well, we are successfully, get rid of, human trafficking or what the case is, but those cases are actually moving to another platform, which now we see a lot of, serious human trafficking, the cases, and also use the cryptocurrency and dark web market. So that's sort of, the wrap it up that I like to do. But is there any, I know there are a couple of questions. So only one question that I'm going to hear from audience. Is it correct that as long as your money stays in a cold or hot wallet, is it virtually untraceable? And it is only when it moves from a hot wallet, it can be traced. I think this is more like, Richards, you might want to answer since you're talking about some of the, darker coins.
Okay. Cold wallets are used to refer primarily to hardware wallets where they're not connected to the internet, and hot wallets are connected to the internet. The main vulnerability, again, is when you're putting money into or out of the cryptocurrency, because that's where you can connect it to a human being. So as long as the money is staying put, then you're not going to really be able to trace it because there's nothing to trace. Now, a cold wallet, okay, so if you have a hardware wallet where you've put the currency in there and you were to give the physical device to somebody else, then that would be the equivalent of a cash transaction in a dark alley. And again, there, as opposed to all of the other cryptocurrency transactions, there would be nothing to trace because it would be a physical transaction if that's the way it's being done. But in general, usually, from my opinion, I would say cold or hot wallet should not make that much of a difference because it's the money coming in or the money going out, which is what you're tracing. If you have the money in your pocket, there's nothing to be traced. It's the transactions that are recorded on the blockchain, but also with any sort of money laundering or human trafficking, it's the use of the money. It's not the possession of the money that is the issue, and that you would do it. I hope that answered the question that Mr. Park posed, but if there's any more.
I think you did. I mean, it's a very simple way of understanding of this question. I think that's what you did. We are running out of time. If those who have questions to these, each panelist, because they have, the contact information, you can actually visit again this the YouTube streaming later, and you can see their contact information, or you can directly contact us as well. Again, I
think we're all open to being contacted by anyone that's interested in the problem area.
Yes, and I'm sure that we will. I think the law enforcement agencies are also interested in those darker coins and to understand how they can actually prepare for the investigation in the future. But again, I'd like to wrap it up because we have the another two directors of the competition, the digital forensic competition. They are waiting for their interview and wrap it up, the competition. So I'd like to thank you to all of you, Don and Karim and Richard, again for your contribution. And that's, I'd like to wrap it up. Chris, take it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu, Dr. Brooks, and Dr. Rebovich, and Mr. Rajwani for sharing your collective wealth of knowledge related to crypto use and human trafficking. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes left. At this point, I want to reinvite Ismail Morales and Dr. Austin Givens back to announce the top 3 teams for this year's cybercrime investigation competition and provide some insight into the teams, why they were selected. When they're done, I will provide the wrap up for the day, and hopefully we'll get her done by 4 o'clock. So I turn it over to you, Mr. Morales. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go through this really quick, but first of all, I want to start out by thanking all of the competition teams. It was an awesome 20 hours. We started at 3 o'clock yesterday. Very interesting, and I'm going to rattle off some of the names because I do want you all to be aware. Peru provided a team, Nigeria, Boston University, Scranton University, the Saudi Knife Arab University provided a team, Argentina was here, Colombia had a couple of teams, Bolivia, Hungary had a couple of teams, and Spain and Brazil. So we had plenty of international competition, plenty of cyber experts that were introduced to a different scenario, cryptocurrency, and that's sort of a domain. And we're hoping, like I said earlier, that this was a great learning experience for you. Listening to some of the conversations from the speakers, you all can connect the dots and see that there's relevance in some of the activities you've been involved in the past 20 hours. What I'm going to do is give you the results after the competition, what the standings are, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Givens. So after the competition, Hungary, 50 Shades of Grey is in first place. The team from Brazil is in second place. And the Boston University Cyber Terriers are in third place at this point in time. Dr. Givens has the grading for the papers, and we still have some more work to do tomorrow to finalize. So I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Givens. Take it away.
Thanks, Ish. And yeah, to reiterate, we're really grateful for all the participation from the many teams that made this event possible. And we were quite impressed with the efforts that we saw. So as you all know, there were 2 elements here at work. There was the Capture the Flag competition, which involved tests and puzzles of technical skills. And then there was the documentation and reporting piece about what was done and how it was done. And so following that, combining the Capture the Flag competition scores and the reporting and documentation scores, here we stand. Hungary, 50 Shades of Grey Hat is in first place. Boston University Cyber Terriers are in second place. And Brazil is in third place. And interestingly, there's been a very close jockeying between Boston University and Brazil over the past 24 plus hours now. And we'll be very interested to see where the competition lands after the mock trial presentations tomorrow. Back to you.
For sharing your comments about the 3rd Annual International White Hat Conference Cybercrime Investigation Competition. I know all the teams have worked diligently to earn a spot in the top 3 positions. I'd encourage everyone who participated to continue their efforts to hone their skills in cybercrime, investigation, and cybersecurity, and to work towards successful careers in which they can share their knowledge to assist in making our world more cyber safe for individuals and private and public organizations going forward. Well, thanks for all your efforts. We can look forward to having the opportunity during tomorrow's program to watch how our competitors have applied their investigative skills, strategies, and problem-resolving efforts to address the case studies they were given to arrive at their conclusions about the cyber event that they were asked to investigate. Tomorrow's agenda will include a mock trial session complete with guest judges, a student job fair, student paper competition, an exciting presentation addressing the evolution of metaverse and the future of CIC training, and the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference Awards ceremony. I hope you enjoyed the first day of the conference as much as I have. Enjoyed listening to our presenters about topics related to cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, and how we can become even more effective at reducing rates of cyber victimization now and in the future. We look forward to welcoming everyone back tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time for day 2 of the 2022 third annual International White Hat Conference. With that, have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.